Alright, I suppose it's time to finish this game. That was originally started as a playthrough out of spite, but hey, it's been fun. It's been a fun ride along the way. Anyway, hello everyone, welcome to the stream today. Last week we played through Shadow Story. Today we're going to be playing through Silver Story, and assuming I can get through it in a timely manner, we'll also be playing through the last story, because the last story is like less than an hour. So, because I have to be somewhere tonight, but the goal is going to be to get through, to finish the game in one session. Sonic 2 review, yep, I was going to get to that. For those of you who are unaware, the Sonic movie 2 came out, and I saw it. I saw it this week. And but before I get into that, I believe that is a super chat that I see from Brainfart Studios 28. No message attached, just a dollar associated, but that is perfectly fine. Thank you for the support. I did not expect to open the stream with that, but that's cool to see. And welcome to the stream, of course. But yeah, as for the Sonic movie 2, I saw it this week, and just as a general, look at that, I actually got to the super chat before the stream notification caught up with me. How about that? Anyway, for some of you have already heard my thoughts on it, for those of you who have spoken to me in Discord this week, but I'll still give my general thoughts on it for those who are curious. I'll still be keeping it spoiler-free for anybody who has not gotten the chance to see the film yet, but wants to, and I don't intend for this to take up a whole lot of time. I'm just going to give a brief summation of my thoughts on it, which is that it's basically the same thing I said earlier this week on Discord with my initial impressions message, which is that the lows of this movie are much lower than the lows of the first movie, but the highs of this movie are exponentially higher than the highs of the first movie. Also, before I keep going, do I need to adjust the audio at all, or is the audio levels good? I can adjust them on the fly if I need to. But, there's certainly, I guess the way I would say it is that the first movie is a more consistently enjoyable experience, but never manages to reach the heights that the second movie does in terms of just sheer spectacle, for lack of a better term. It ends. It's a little slower pace in some instances, with two scenes in particular that definitely should have been either cut entirely or heavily edited down. So, yeah, for those of you who have seen the movie, you probably know which ones I'm referring to, but those two scenes are the two major points of contention that I have. Beyond that, Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles all get their fair share of screen time. Tails definitely gets the shortest of all of them, but that doesn't mean he's not important. In fact, I was actually pleasantly surprised by just how much Tails gets to do in the movie. So that's nice. And of course, it's chock full of plenty of references to the classic games, and the modern games for that matter, that will bring a smile to your face. If you're even remotely a Sonic fan, you'll definitely get a lot of enjoyment out of this movie. But, unlike some things, if you take those references out of the film does not get any worse. The film is not hinged upon little nods to the games to get you to go, oh, member that? I member that. That's cool, because I member the thing that they want me to member. So that's that. But yeah, obviously the highlight of the film is the final act. The third act is what they're building up to the entire time, and it's absolutely worth the payoff to get to that point. So if you're, because I never have really given that much of a, I haven't really cared that much about Sonic's stories in the games for the most part. I've always enjoyed seeing the chemistry of the characters interact, but Sonic's stories have not had a great track record. But the Sonic movie 2 made me realize how much I actually did care a lot about Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, specifically. And as a kid who played the original trilogy, a lot of the original trilogy of Sonic games, and who's continued to play games with these characters as I grew up, it was like the dream movie, essentially. So, if you're even remotely a Sonic fan, if you even just slightly have slightly positive feelings towards the characters from the games, then you will come away from the second Sonic movie very pleasantly surprised by just how much fun it is. Crisis City is your favorite level in Silver Story? What would my favorite level from Silver Story be? It might be Crisis City. Well, I guess we have to discount Wave Ocean, because Wave Ocean is you only play as Blaze in that one. So I probably have to go with... Crisis City is definitely a good option. So it's a nice introduction to both Silver and Blaze's gameplay types. Aquatic Base... Well, no. I was going to say Aquatic Base maybe, but then I remember the Silver Balls of Pain, which we'll be getting to today. We will be seeing the... We will indeed be seeing the Silver Balls in Aquatic Base later. May have given us god-awful stages, but you are now forgiven, Knuckles. Yeah, it's... Knuckles' portrayal in this movie is probably the best he's ever been portrayed, especially given his recent track record of being in the games. Yeah, I guess it just kind of makes me wish that Knuckles had useful things to do, because I fear that Sonic... I keep wanting to say Sega Team. Sonic Team has learned the wrong lesson from the most recent games, and that... Because you haven't been able to play as Tails or Knuckles since... Has it been since this game? Well, I guess unless you count Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. Has it been since this game that Tails and Knuckles were playable characters, or was there another one after that point? Because it seems like they've learned... The lesson they've taken away from Sonic's most recent games is that it needs to be Sonic all the time, and not any of the side characters, which is unfortunate, because it would have been really cool if Tails and Knuckles got useful things to do, and it just makes me wish that Tails and Knuckles weren't absolute garbage to play as in this game. So it's unfortunate, because I can hope that Sonic Frontiers might change in that regard, and that they might allow you the ability to play as Tails and Knuckles, but I seriously doubt it. Something tells me it's going to be Sonic all the time again. But of course, there's a lot more questions as to whether Frontiers will be remotely good, even just discounting the side characters, so we'll see how that goes. But I'm still... Because that's the whole reason I'm even doing this whole Sonic arc in the first place, is just to get... To blow through all the games I haven't played, of which... Or not all the games, but at least the main main games that I have yet to play before Frontiers comes out, because I'm still very much interested in seeing how it goes. I don't know... we know very little about it, except that it's going to be an open-world Sonic game. Beyond that, we know nothing. We'll have to... I'm guessing E3 this year will probably get more in-depth trailers. Well, I say E3, but for those who don't know, E3 was canceled, which is not going to affect anything whatsoever, because they're just gonna... All the major game studios are just gonna have their own shows anyway, where they showcase all the games they wanna advertise. It just won't be in the style. It just won't be in the typical mainline E3 show. Like, Xbox will still do their game showcase, PlayStation will still do their State of Play, and then Nintendo will still do their Nintendo Direct. And of course, I'll be covering all of those live, probably with Neil, maybe some other people as well, this summer when that happens. And we'll see what happens. We'll see when, if and when we get more Sonic Frontiers gameplay footage. Will I play Sonic Chronicles, the only RPG in the Sonic franchise? No, because I've heard absolutely awful things about it, and I don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. Some of the highlights I've heard is that if you choose to attack, you're going to attack 3 times in a row, no matter what. Everything you do is controlled with the touchscreen, which is unfortunate. Just some other things that have very much disincentivized me from wanting to play it. E3 gets canceled. Oh no! Anyway, yeah, it doesn't. Nothing has really changed. I'll still there. It's just gonna be the same style. That's a car that teleported in front of me. Actually, teleported into me rather. It's just gonna be the same style of game presentation, except that instead of having it be the same one overarching show that unifies all the studios together, it's going to be individual game studios showing off their stuff, which I prefer that. You want to know why? Because last year, when all the shows, when all the studios got together for one overarching show that lasted for like 8 hours, there was a whole lot of padding. There was a lot of watching out-of-touch people sit around trying desperately to talk about relevant video game things and failing miserably. Not to mention other paddings, such as the intro to Ubisoft's presentation. It's just, I'm looking forward to a year where we just get nothing but the games. Nothing but the games is what we're hoping for. Now that we're talking about Sonic, did I see the video from Arlo about Sonic 2 movie? I saw his first one in its entirety. And it was very, very frustrating to listen to because there wasn't a whole lot of... There were some good points made in there, but the general tone of it was very condescending. And there was some... Just generally speaking, it wasn't a very well-made video. As if you're referring to the second video that he made, I saw a little bit of it, and then gave up, because a quote from his video is that, it's possible that because I already didn't like it, it made it easier for me to see the flaws of the movie. But in my defense, is it not at least slightly possible that that's also true of YouTube videos? The second he said that, I stopped watching. I don't know that I have it in me to finish that any further, because it's when you hear a line like that, it just makes you want to stop dead in its tracks, because you know exactly where that's going, and you just don't want to see it through the finish line. There's a whole lot of just BS in that first video that he made that I don't really feel like going over here. It's really an interesting watch if you want to check it out for yourself. Perfect. It's just so dumb. Yeah, that's... I'm sure he said some other stuff later in the video, I just didn't get to that point. I'm honestly more surprised that his audience is so... There's a lot of comments there that just are like, hey, it's just his opinion. Why the fact that the Sonic fan base reacted in the way that it did, you shouldn't have had to apologize for standing up for your opinion and you just want to die. It's not at all what the issue was, but just whatever. Welcome to Ubisoft. We present Walking Simulator 2350. That's what it was. I don't know what they thought was entertaining about watching characters just walk in a straight line for 5 minutes at a time while waiting for the show to start. Or if not walking, then driving or flying or boating or something else. I can't believe the bee stung you after you kicked the nest. Yes, what a shocking turn of events. You went out of your way to antagonize this group of people, and then that group of people retaliated appropriately. What is this unreasonable turn of events? Whoever could have seen this coming? What's that, Pablo Schreiber? Did you go out of your way to be very condescending towards Halo fans in your tweets and Instagram posts? What? Whatever do you mean they're reacting negatively to what you said? You mean they were offended? What? That doesn't make any sense. The Halo fanbase is so unreasonable. And to be fair, the Halo fanbase does suck. In fact, I quite actually hate the Halo fandom sometimes. But I don't feel bad. I have no sympathy for Pablo Schreiber when goes out of his way to be condescending towards the people he's trying to represent. I can't. That's gonna be... It honestly might be more painful making that series than it was to make my Toy Story 4 series. I don't know for sure, and I still have to watch the Halo Declassified stuff as well. The Halo fandom is cringe sometimes. Sometimes, yeah, it's... I'd even say more than just sometimes. The Sonic fandom clearly sucks, but yeah, the Sonic fandom is not exactly the pinnacle of online fans, but still, they don't deserve to be strawmanned and misrepresented and condescended to by the evil Muppet Man on YouTube. There's a Sonic Adventure 2 mod that fixes the treasure hunting radar stages. Would that make the Rouge Knuckles stage less terrible? I haven't played it, so I can't say. But if the statement is, this fixes the stages, would it fix the stages? Then I think the answer is self-evident in the question itself. What are the top 5 worst fandoms? Halo, Star Wars, Persona, Danganronpa, and Sonic. I think. That's just off the top of my head. I didn't even plan. When I said that, I didn't even think about it at all. I just said the first 5 things that come to my head. I'm sure there's others out there, but from what I've experienced, those are the 5 that jump to my mind immediately. If anyone has any other suggestions for what you think would make the list, I'm open to hearing them. But that's what I would place at the top 5 from just my experience alone. You need a mod to fix the game's gameplay and something went fundamentally wrong. Yeah, if your defense of a game is okay, well, but it's fun if you install a million mods, then you might need to reevaluate whether the quality of that game in question. Minecraft YouTubers, oh yes, that's not even just Minecraft fans in general, just specifically fans of the Minecraft YouTubers. I learned that the hard way last year. Undertale fandom at its peak. Yep, that's another good one. Fortnite fandom. Interestingly, I haven't actually heard a lot of... I don't deny that there's certainly some toxicity in there, but I personally have not experienced that with the Fortnite fandom. Probably because I don't engage with it, because the fact of the matter is that it's the thing when it comes to discussing fandoms, the fandoms with which you more closely associate are the ones you're going to immediately jump to as the ones that are the most toxic. For instance, I am not a DC fan at all, so I have no reason to say that DCEU fans are the worst of the bunch. But I'm sure if I was invested in the DCEU, I might have reason to say that. But it's just, it's because I am a part of the Halo community, and I'm a Sonic fan, and I'm not a Danganronpa fan, but I certainly had my tussles with the Danganronpa community. Also, Cameron, please stop freaking out, thanks though. So it's the fandoms with which you more closely associate that you would highlight as the ones that stand out the most as the worst ones. Protect the $1 million corporation. Yeah, that's the mindset for a lot of people. Call of Duty fandom. I don't know about that one. Again, I don't really engage with the Call of Duty community, so I can't really attest to it. For the most part, I don't really think Call of Duty... Like, I'm pretty sure most I should emphasize, most Call of Duty fans, not all, but most of them seem to be aware that their game is just mindless schlop. Like, I'm pretty sure 90% of Call of Duty fans don't think that their games are the pinnacle of game design. I think they're all aware that it's just turn your brain off mindless action. So, I don't think there's any contention there. Rip Iblis for now. Wait till the end of this. But wait for about, I don't know, 3 hours from now, and then we'll fight him again.
Looks like I'm on a roll.
The mod makes the radar work exactly like it was in Adventure. That's a step in the right direction, but there's still problems to be had with just the general layout of some of those levels. You still need to mod to call into the stages to make them bearable. Yeah, I don't know why. The little floating light orb was very useful most of the time. Those stupid monitors didn't help me at all. They were just actually useless. And I don't know what the point was in Mad Space where they just reversed some of the text. What was the point? You just read them in reverse. It's not...
It'll never end.
Calm down, Silver.
Then tell me what
the Marvel fandom? Oh,
How can we completely destroy Iblis?
In some instances, certainly. Definitely some Marvel fans are, I'm just gonna stop there. I don't want to actively piss off the Marvel community before I make my video talking about how Phase 4 ruined everything.
Has an origin. You need to find the being originally responsible for this catastrophe.
Is that really the answer to our problem? Tell me, do you know who it is?
Why do I have the suspicion that more people have watched the fan-dub version of these cutscenes than the original cutscenes themselves? Something tells me that might be the case. You still don't get why Mephiles has no mouth? To save well, I mean, it certainly saves animation budget. Less things to animate.
But that's impossible!
Unfortunately for most fandoms, the most toxic and annoying people speak the loudest because most normal people don't need to force their opinion. Yeah, so that's the other thing. Almost every single fandom, in fact I might even say every single fandom in the world, is going to have some element of toxicity and some element of people that just try to ruin it for everyone else and just have a very awful perspective on everything. That's almost every fandom. So that's kind of why I say that the more...
Will our world be saved?
That's kind of why I say that the fandoms with which you most closely associate are the ones you're going to think are the worst. Because every fandom has its pockets of toxicity, but the ones you're part of are the ones that are going to stand out above the rest. The mouth still kind of moves. Not in the in-game cutscenes. It does move in the pre-rendered cinematics, but in the in-game cutscenes it's not really... doesn't really move. It's pretty stagnant. You just played through Apollo Justice again because you wanted to see if you like it any more than you used to. I'm so sorry for your loss.
I see it. So that blue hedgehog's the ableist trigger?
Blue hedgehog.
See that right there? That's a setup with no payoff.
I'll send us back in time to the point when the...
Yeah, his mouth just is not moving there. Some voice lines in the game apply to so many of the franchises, like how long is this going to go on, or what's the point of this, it will never end. Or it also is just self-aware for this game in general. But yeah, they set up there that Blaze recognizes Sonic, and then they never pay that off at any point in the story.
Where am I? Blaze? Blaze!
I also don't even know why
Separated.
they got separated, because, yeah. What was the point of the Blue Hedgehog line? A setup without a payoff.
So
They
unbelievable.
definitely, clearly, originally intended for that to play into the story, and then they just forgot halfway through.
Now I must fight for the future.
Sonic Rush is good. I've heard that. I've certainly heard that a lot. Went back to playing Batman the Telltale series after a year. The game is really amazing. It is. Despite what people say, Telltale did know how to make good stuff. But first, unfortunately, because it was the same formula of game with the choice-driven stuff, I guess people got burnt out on it. But they had really talented writers at that studio. It's really unfortunate that the studio shut down. And I also don't like the fact that, well, I mean, because the studio's been rebranded now, but it's not the same. A studio is more than just the studio itself. It's the people. A studio is defined by the people that make up it, not the name itself. And the people who are at Telltale right now are not the same as the people who were there originally. So anything they make from here on out is not going to feel the same at all. How about the Ace Attorney fandom? I'm sure there's, like I said, I'm sure there are pockets of toxicity here and there, but I have not had the opportunity to see any of that for myself. Even when wrestling with Apollo Justice fans, they don't give off a toxic vibe at all, whereas Danganronpa fans absolutely do when you dare to challenge V3. V3 is a sacred cow you can't touch. Danganronpa 3, except for a few deranged individuals, that's the one you're allowed to tear to shreds. But V3, no. That's the sacred cow that you cannot tarnish in any way. So, yeah, I'm just glad that my experience with that is over. I suffered through the Danganronpa community once. I don't need to do it ever again. Once was more than enough for my sake, thanks. Hoping they don't announce another Danganronpa game anytime soon, though. It's made even worse that most of the games are not possible to get anymore. Yeah, some of them are, because the game companies from which they originated picked it up. So, for instance, the Walking Dead games were picked up by Skybound Studios, so those games you can still get on Steam. Tales from the Borderlands, obviously because it's a Borderlands property, I think it's Gearbox that picked it up, and you can still get that on Steam, I'm pretty sure, I think you can still get that on Steam. And are there any others? Batman, you can definitely still get the Batman games on Steam. And Game of Thrones, you definitely can't.
Hey.
Guardians of the Galaxy, I don't think so either. Minecraft Story, oh yeah, Minecraft Story Mode is dead. I think if you still get a physical Switch copy,
Perfect.
I think you can still play it. But to get it digitally, I don't think you can get it anymore, yeah. Which sucks. I do believe that if you can somehow get your hands on a physical copy, you can still get them. But thankfully, I still have the first two seasons available on my console. I'm trying to think, what are the other Telltale games they made? I know they made Guardians of the Galaxy, I'm pretty sure that's not available anymore. I think I got all the main ones, didn't I? Walking Dead, Tales from the Borderlands, Batman, Game of Thrones, Guardians of the Galaxy. Oh, I guess Wolf Among Us. Can you stick a Wolf Among Us? I imagine you probably can. If they're making a season 2, you can probably still get the first season, right? For the Switch version, only Chapter 1 is included on the card. Other ones were downloaded who can't be downloaded anymore. Oh. Well, then I guess, so, you may not be able to get Season 2 anymore, but Season 1 you definitely can, because they released a complete adventure pack of the first season, meaning that it's like that's all 8 episodes on the same cartridge after the game had already been released, so that you should be able to get that. Jurassic Park and Back to the Future. Oh, I don't even consider those to be part of the, because those were before I can't make that. Nope. There we go. Those are I don't really even consider those to be part of the main Telltale series, I guess, because yes, they are made by them, but those were before Telltale adopted the kind of, okay, can we not? Thank you. Those are before Telltale adopted the choice-driven style, because Back to the Future and Jurassic Park, to a lesser extent, those are proper adventure games, and like adventure puzzle games, and honestly, the Back to the Future game is probably one of the best things they've ever made, and that you can I'm pretty sure you can still buy that, maybe, question mark, I'm not sure. Jurassic Park sucks, though, but yeah, those are before I was thinking of from The Walking Dead onward, because the Back to the Future stuff is before their tenure with that general style of gameplay. Wolf Among Us is getting a second season. It is, I mentioned that, but it's not being made by the same people that made the first season, so not that I'm not a fan of the Wolf Among Us, I've never played it, so I don't really have any reason to start. I have very little faith in that second season being any sort of good, because the people, like I said, the reason why that first game was as widely regarded as amazing as it was is because of the people that made it, and the people that are making the second season are not the people making the first season. Can I make this? No. I'm gonna need to swing my way up there with the log. On Epic Games, the Wolf Among Us is still available on Epic Games Store. Okay, is it not available on Steam then? I wouldn't know. I don't keep up with that stuff. I would need to be a fan of Wolf Among Us to keep track of that, and I am most certainly not. But I know that you can definitely get the Walking Dead games on Steam. You couldn't for a while. For a while it was an Epic Games Store exclusive, and for that very reason, I could not. I refused to buy the Walking Dead games on PC because it was only available on... When Skybound took over, and they released the Ultimate Definitive Series Collection, you could only get it on Epic Games Store, which solidified my decision to not buy it until it was available on Steam. It is now, thankfully, available on Steam. But for a long time it wasn't, which really sucked. Because on every other platform, the Walking Dead Definitive Series is locked at 30 FPS, even for the games that originally ran at 60. The first 2 seasons ran at 60 FPS on all platforms except maybe the 360 and PS3. But for the Definitive Series, it only ran at 30 FPS, which is strange and unfortunate. But on PC, they all run at 60 no matter what. That's why I did my Let's Play of the final season on the PC. Even though my save file for the first 3 seasons, can you please get stunned? Thank you. My save file for the first 3 seasons was on the Xbox, so it would have made more sense for me to continue it there, so I could more easily transfer over my save file to carry my choices over. But I wanted to get 1080p 60 FPS for my series, so that's what I did. You really hope they don't cast Pablo Schreiber as Wolverine. If his... I don't know anything about the Wolverine, so I don't know if he would be a good actor for the character. Because the thing is, for as much as I don't like Pablo Schreiber, in fact, I quite hate him now because of how he's treated the fans of Halo. But, he was a very good actor for the character he played in Defending Jacob. In Defending Jacob, he played Neil LaJudas, which was the prosecutor for the person who was prosecuting Jacob in the series. So he was the antagonist of the, well, yeah, I can say that he was the antagonist of the show. That's not a spoiler. So, and he was great at that role. He was really, he was very easy to hate. I just thought it's because he just did a great job of playing a very hateable character and making you really be actively invested in seeing him get beaten out in court. I'm starting to think that that's just because he's a shitty person and it's just easy to hate him no matter what, because from what I've seen from his interactions with Halo fans, he seems to be very condescending. So I'm starting to think that that wasn't him being a good actor, that was just him playing himself.
Those enemies look like they're
Speaking of Halo, by the way, are the actors good? No, they're not. I'm so sorry, Jen Taylor. You are trying your damnedest, but the script is just so shit. You can't. Your incredible acting abilities are not enough to save this dog shit show. Everybody, if even Jen Taylor is performing lackluster, then something went wrong somewhere along the way. Because she just doesn't act like Cortana should. I don't like Cortana in the show. She doesn't sound. She just sounds creepy, I guess. Pablo Schreiber is obviously awful as the chief, and I don't like anybody else. Everyone just sounds so flat and lifeless. None of the characters have any distinct personality. They all just. It's quite literally Halo 5 levels of cardboard performance. No character in the original Halo games, and especially in Halo Infinite, all the characters stand out from each other because they all have distinct personalities and they bounce off each other really well. That doesn't happen in the show because everyone just sounds the same. They all sound flat and lifeless, like no one cares about anything. Except, I guess, for Quan Ha, if that's even her name, which I honestly don't know. I don't care enough about her to remember her name. But
So,
she's the problem in the
this is
opposite
the
direction.
past.
The Halo show sucks so much.
I hope Silver is okay. He's pretty insecure when he's alone.
Is Cortana in the TV show the second coming of Cortana Doofenshmirtz?
Blue Hedgehog.
Possibly. It would not surprise me if they tried to go down the Halo 5 route, despite that being very, very widely reviled as a plot point in Halo 5. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Did my game just freeze? No, okay, no, it didn't. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if they tried to adapt the Halo 5 storyline of Cortana turning evil. Oh, spoilers, she turns evil in Halo 5, but it's okay because she gets fixed in Infinite, because Infinite's an amazing game. That's about 1,000,000 times better than Halo 5 in every discernible way. You remember wanting to watch the show to experience Halo's story for the first time? Do not do that. God, no. Do anything but that. Anything but that.
A blue hedgehog. Can it be
If you want to
true?
experience Halo's story for the first time, the Halo show is not the place to do it. In fact, if that is your first exposure to Halo, it's probably going to make you want to never touch anything Halo related ever again. Because my parents watched the Halo show, because they know that I'm a massive Halo fan, so they watched the show because they wanted to give it a shot. Just because, I mean, they don't play games, but they do watch shows, so they were going to give it a shot, and that's their only impression of what Halo is, and it's absolute dog shit. So that's solidified their just lack of desire. Like if I were to ever say, hey, you should check out the Halo games, they'd be like, nah, I'm good. I saw the show, and it was really bad. So, yeah, just stay the hell away from this awful, awful show. Just skip the show if you don't mind. Yeah, that's a good idea. Skip it. Pay it no mind for anything ever. If you're a fan of reading, you can read the Fall of Reach book. That gives you a good preface of the story of the Master Chief before the first Halo game. You could also watch the animated movie. That's an adaptation of the Fall of Reach book that, while it's not perfect and has its noteworthy flaws, is still a significantly better adaptation of the source material than the god-awful Halo show was. And of course, I would recommend above all else to play the games more than anything else. If you really want to get into the Halo series, play Combat Evolved. That is the best starting point for entering this series. And if you like that, then you can check out the other stuff. Because it's always the battle of whether I recommend people play Reach first or Combat Evolved first. Because Reach is a prequel to Combat Evolved, narratively speaking. But there's a lot of gameplay-wise, it's definitely a more modern iteration of the formula. So it might be. It doesn't affect me at all because I just know all the game's feelings. But for a new player, going from Reach made in 2010 to Combat Evolved made in 2001 might be a little jarring. So I always recommend Combat Evolved first. Plus, there's a lot of story references in Halo Reach that don't really have any impact on you unless you know the characters from the original trilogy. Must have been an awful feeling. You must have been like, I swear Halo was good. Yeah, so here's the thing. One of the things they asked me was, so is this all running, is this all true to the game so far? And I said, no, none of it. Not a single thing that's happened so far is even remotely true to the games. None of it. And they kept asking me, is this true? Is this true? Does that happen in the games? And eventually I just said, just assume by default, the default answer should be, no, this does not happen in the games. This isn't even remotely close to what happens in those games. And the fact that this show is some people's introduction to the Halo series is honestly terrifying, because I can guarantee you those people will never want to touch this series with a 10-foot pole. I wouldn't. Are you kidding? If this is my introduction to the Halo show, or to the Halo universe, I wouldn't want to touch it ever again after this point. Did they at least enjoy the show? No, they hated it. They absolutely despised it.
Hey!
It's about time I finally caught you again.
They were completely terrible.
Hey, you're not Sonic. I'm sorry.
I mean, I guess the first episode they said was just alright, but at the end of episode 2, they absolutely hated it. Because episode 2 is the point.
He must have run off.
Episode 2 is the point where just things stop being interesting, because at least the first episode is so off the walls insane that it's enough to capture the attention of people who just want to tear into it, and it's enough to capture the average viewer who doesn't think about anything. Whereas episode 2 is just so lifeless and boring that no one could possibly enjoy it to any degree. Someone has proposed the conspiracy theory that Hollywood makes terrible adaptations because they fear the games as a medium or superior.
Hey, wait!
I can see why someone would come to that conclusion, but it definitely does fit the conspiracy theory definition for a reason. You enjoy playing Combat Evolved. The problem you have with it is the fact that everything looks so similar, so you get lost constantly. Playing it with me made it way better. I'm happy that I was able to improve your experience of the games. But yeah, the biggest flaw with Combat Evolved is just that they repeat levels in the second half of the game. Which I'm fine with, just because the gameplay is so good that I don't mind the repeated levels. But it would definitely, would give them the choice between repeat the level or make a new level. Obviously, you choose new level every time. But because the gameplay is so good, it doesn't particularly bother me. You can't believe that the man of acting like the first episode. Oh, I can believe that. I can 100% believe that. Because the first episode is, if it plays into that Halo fantasy of you see that awesome shot of Master Chief dropping out of the ship and Hero slamming into the ground. Man, that's so cool. And he's just mowing down Covenant everywhere. And it ends with this epic scene where he has to escape the UNSC and fly away. Oh, it's so epic, dude. Unfortunately, none of it makes any sense. Also, yes, I mentioned previously you can ride around in the boats. Well, here we go. This is me riding around in the boats. Please enjoy. In fact, I'm gonna take a drink while we enjoy the... Amy? Amy just killed herself. She teleported onto the back of the boat and fell into the river. Lovely. Anyway, yeah. I just wanted to show off that you can, in fact, do this. But I also want to do it because this is... Oh, no. Oh, no. Careful. Careful. There we go. You can actually take the boat. You can actually use it to get around town. Like, the next mission I want to do is right over here. So I just wanted to use the boat to get over here.
Hey.
He was the chosen one. Yeah, I wonder if he's gonna make a video about the Halo show. I imagine he might. Because Halo was kind of the series that propelled him into his current level of fame. So I find myself wondering if he would make a video on the show. I imagine he probably would, though. He might wait till the show's over. Why is a man on the rooftop? So that the story is that he's the ghost. He's a ghost of basically he attempted the airplane tournament and he lost, and now his ghost haunts the town of Soliana because he never got over the fact that he lost the airplane tournament. But if we could win it for him, he could vicariously feel the win, and then his soul could be set free. which makes no goddamn sense, not because of the whole spirit thing, but because there's no way you're getting me to believe that airplanes are flying through these goddamn rings. That's not, no, that didn't happen. You're lying to me. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. No, I don't believe a plane is flying this close to the buildings through these rings, especially when one ring is literally half clipped into the damn building itself. There are seaplanes. Yeah, there's your explanation. I also like that they conveniently provide these for the planes themselves. Just refill their psychokinesis energy. Like that, like what? Like look at this chain of rings right here. Nice airplane tournament, everybody. And we win. Easy win. He died because an RC plane crashed into his face. Yep, there we go. That's the lore. The only way that can happen is if those rings have the ability to grow and shrink based on who wants to go through them. That's what you're gonna get. Now, a better question is, how did those people get up there? Because those people aren't ghosts. They're just people chilling out. And that girl on the left looks like she's gonna fall to her death any second now. Like she's teetering over the edge. Kind of like Sonic's animation for when he's about to fall over. But, you know, it's whatever. Get a load of this is nothing on great. Yeah, I don't know about that. Get a load of this is definitely plays more often. Because at least great is all in just one solid chunk of great, great, great. Whereas get a load of this is just throughout the entire battle. Just chilling on the rooftop, it seems fun. Yeah, it was so fun that earlier in the game in Sonic's story that one of the girls got up on top of the roof somehow. And then just chilled there, unable to get down. Hey. And yes, I do want to buy these two things, thank you very much.
You can get money by collecting rings and clearing
the better competition is it's no use. Well, I never really got that meme. I heard it once when he called me the first time, and then he never called me again. So who knows? Alright, I'm gonna do a few town missions before we go to Dusty Desert. Probably not all of them, but I at least want to do a couple. Just because, unlike most people, I actually like doing the side stuff in this game. It would, of course, be better if they didn't have these immensely long loading times between the damn cuts, the damn town missions. Where you have to load a single box of dialogue and then load again. That'd be great. But, you know, it's whatever. Okay. Yeah, if you don't mind, I'm gonna go ahead and knock down all these people. Or the robots, rather. Oh yeah, I guess on the topic of the Halo show, that's another thing. Seeing the Sonic movie just made me hate the Halo show even more. Because it just makes me long for the days. It just makes me wish that we could get something that was even half as good as the Sonic movie 2. Because there's, pun fully intended, endless and infinite potential for what you can do with a high-budget Halo show, but we're never going to get anything like that because this was our one shot and it's gone. It's done. It's over. The only shot we had at getting an even half-decent show is it's just been completely wasted. Where's that damn 4th Chaos Emerald? We will find out when I play Shadow the Hedgehog, and I probably want to commit the big die when I do so, because I've heard that game is absolutely awful. But, you know, at least the vehicles are optional in that game, I suppose. That's one thing. Now, unfortunately, I have to leave, you have to work, and you might rejoin later. Alright, hopefully, have a good day at work, and we might be here when you return. I'm not sure. We'll probably be going to the... We'll probably be going till about 3 or so my time. I don't know. The two worst scenes of the movie are more than 10 times better than anything in the Halo show. Oh, so I might have misspoke. I wasn't saying that the the Halo show was half as good. I was saying that I wish we could get something that's even half as good as the Sonic movie. Because the Sonic movie itself, as you said, is about 10 times better than the Halo show. I'm just saying I wish we could get something that was just half as good as the Sonic movie. Not that the Halo show itself is half as good as the Sonic movie. I don't know if I misspoke there, but that's what I meant to say. There's a Knuckles spin-off in the works, so that's good. Hey, I would watch a spin-off on... I wasn't sure initially, because Knuckles has always been the one I liked the least of Team Sonic being Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. Knuckles is always the one that I cared about the least. But his portrayal in the movie, I would watch a whole show about him. Hell, I'd watch a movie about him. I'd watch a whole movie about just Knuckles. Because that's just how great his portrayal was in Sonic Movie 2. How will they proceed the franchise without Jim Carrey? Did he officially announce his retirement? I haven't been keeping up with that. Did he officially announce that he's not gonna be doing any more movies anymore? Because if so, then I guess they'll have to find someone to replace him. But they're not gonna find anyone as good as Jim Carrey. That's for sure. They will not find anybody as good as Jim Carrey to play that role. That's just not gonna happen. But hey, if that was his final movie, then he really sent himself out with a bang. Because that was one hell of a finale for him. I mean, he's always... Jim Carrey just goes above and beyond with everything he's ever done. He puts his all into every role he plays. Even if the movie itself ends up falling short of expectations, he puts his all into his roles. Hell of a finale for hell of a career. Yeah, Jim Carrey's acting career is legendary. Ace Ventura, Truman Show. If you count the Riddler from Batman Forever, then he did that as well. They did leave What Happened open. Yeah, it clearly seems designed to where they have options for what happens next with that. Oh, don't fall. Lila, yep, Lila is another great one. The Grinch, I never saw Jim Carrey as the Grinch. But I did see Liar, that was great. But yeah, the Sonic movie 2 definitely does end in a way where the writers have choices, depending on what happens with castings, which I'm guessing, well, I say it might have been deliberate, but I don't know how much they knew about Jim Carrey's retirement beforehand. One of the few good things about that movie, Riddler was so over the top. I would need to watch it again. I would need to watch those movies again to give a proper assessment of them. Because Batman and Robin is just awful, but it's laughably awful. Because Arnold Schwarzenegger is just, much like Jim Carrey, so over the top with his portrayal of Mr. Freeze. So, and like there's things like, you know, Bat Credit Card that just make it so funny to watch. Even though it's, get back here. Thank you. It's just so god awful, but it's hilariously terrible. Whereas I never got that impression from Batman Forever. Hide and seek, we're playing Amori? I suppose so. This is 3D Amori. They said instead of playing as Sunny, we're playing as Silver. A series of Unfortunate Events? Never saw that either. My first exposure to Jim Carrey was as the Riddler in Batman Forever. And after that, I think it's probably the Truman Show that I saw him in next. And then probably Liar... No, it was Ace Ventura that I saw him in next. It was Ace Ventura, the Truman Show... No, Ace Ventura, Liar, Truman Show. Was the order in which I saw Jim Carrey stuff. I think this is the last one. Yeah. We got him. Okay. That's the Soliana Boys town mission completed. Also, the intent of that mission was that if we found them all, then he would tell us about Sonic. He clearly did not do that at all, because he still doesn't know what the deal is with Sonic when we go to the Dusty Desert, so it's fine, it's whatever. You can also complete that after the main game, and he still says you want to know about Sonic, despite the fact that by that point we'll already know what Sonic is, but it's fine with whatever. It's fine. Town missions in this game were very, very well thought out in terms of their narrative significance. Alrighty. I think that might be the last one I do today, before we go to Dusty Desert. Not sure. I'm trying to think. I'm pretty sure I think I need to do this one over here. I think this one is mandatory to get to Dusty Desert. But beyond that, I think that's the last optional one I'm going to do. So I'll clear out all the enemies, and then we'll go to Dusty Desert, and then I'll tackle the infamous Spooky Ball Challenge. Ooh, spooky. Anyway. Yeah, some of the stuff is mandatory, but beyond that, everything else is optional. I am very much not used to the slow loading times, though, because after seeing how fast it can be, it takes some getting used to. I also can't wait to unlock the Psycho Shock ability, so I can actually stun the enemies in a non-time-consuming manner. So the range on the slapping attack is very, very limited. You know, I get those 30 minutes back, stupid ball. I really have never encountered issues because the ball's physics are fairly straightforward in terms of how they bounce around. I mean, like I said, I did show off how to do the skip in my walkthrough, just because I get the sense that more people would have been. I get the sense that people would have just gone to a different walkthrough anyway to find how to do the skip if I didn't, so I just showed that off. Also, just to show that I could do it, I suppose. But I will not be doing the skip today. I will be doing the ball puzzle the way it was intended to be played. But before that, I have to clear out all these enemies with Silver's combat, which is going to take a mighty long time. His good Lord Almighty is picking up all these things to throw back at them take a while. Also, you're actually going to get 2 streams this weekend, because tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Neil and I are going to be going live covering the new MCC update, because they updated Halo the MCC this week with a new firefight game mode called Flood Fight, where for the first time ever you can actually fight the Flood in Halo's firefight mode, which you've never been able to do before. And they've also made some other quality of life updates to the mode, so we're looking forward to trying it out and seeing how it goes. You'd love to see how I tackle the ball puzzle without tearing my hair out? Well, I hope you enjoy it, because I'm looking forward to showing off. Well, I guess I should say I'm looking forward to hopefully doing it in a decent time, because what typically happens is I'll say, I'm going to do this really well, and then I fail miserably and eat my words. Because that was what happened with some of the Halo streams, is I went in confidently knowing I could do something, and then it ended up taking me forever to actually do it. So, we're hoping that I'll be able to actually not eat my words. That ball puzzle is nowhere near as bad as people say it is. It's nowhere near as bad. Okay. Heading for the desert as soon as the game loads me in. There we go. I wish it spawned me over by the actual entrance to Dusty Desert. I wish. It's just 6 days till the Danganronpa 2.5 run will hit a 1-year anniversary. I have not been keeping track of that, but I guess it's a good thing that somebody is. I wasn't really playing anything special for the 1-year anniversary of that. But also I'm gonna save here. Just in case something happens in Dusty Desert, I want to save here to make sure I don't have to do any of the town missions again. Anyway, yeah, I haven't really been keeping track of the anniversary for that, but because I guess that was kind of a turning point for the types of analytical stuff I make, because that was the first of its kind in terms of just tearing a story to shreds. And it was probably the laziest one I did in terms of editing. I put a lot more time into editing all the things. Because like my Danganronpa 3 series, and especially my Toy Story 4 series, and especially my most recent Toy Story 4 video, were very meticulous in terms of making sure every single thing that that was on screen matched up with what I was talking about.
You mean this desert?
So I value that a lot. I want to make sure that what I say correlates to what is on screen. Also, quick aside, they're standing on sand that you can just fall right through as the other characters in the main level.
I'll help you find what you're
Just
looking for.
thought that was worth highlighting. Anyway, from what you saw from my streams, the game is nowhere near as bad as Sonic Phantom paints it. It is not. It is certainly nowhere near as bad as Sonic Phantom paints it. Again, I'd still give it probably a 6 overall. You might be able to knock me down to a 5, but that's still significantly better than what the average community consensus is on this game. Now, having said that, Amy sucks in this level. There's still... I'm probably one of the more positive people that you'll find who talk about this game, and even I still have major criticisms of it. One of those being the fact that Amy is just awful to play as, and you will see that for yourselves in this level coming up here. We have a bit of a break before we get to her, but you'll see it when we get there. It's not the worst Sonic game ever made. No, so far that title goes to Adventure 2. It might be shifted to Shadow the Hedgehog when we eventually get there, but we'll see for now. Anyway, step 1 of this is waiting until the last possible second to see which of these balls go in the holes that they want to go in. Because you only get 9 chances to hit all the balls. There's one in there. Alright, looks like they're all okay, that one's gonna go in by default, I'm pretty sure. Maybe. In fact, I think 2 of them are gonna go in. Yep, there's 2. Hold on. There we go. I think that might be all I can do automatically. So we'll put that one in there. And give that one a slight nudge. Give that one a slight nudge. Oh, I hit, damn it. Okay, I hit that one really badly. I hit that one really badly. What did you miss so far? The first few levels of the game, we're doing Dusty Desert right now, which is the one everyone calls out as being infamous for the ball puzzles. Oh, that was bad. That was really bad. That was really bad. I hit that one way too hard and broke the ball. Okay, we'll try again. Fortunately, there's only 2 left, so I can just do that and get an easy win. Yeah, the first ball puzzle is not the one people say is all that bad. The first one's very easy, but so is the last one. And we'll show that when we get to the end. You remember getting so close to the end of the level with that ball only to fall down a pit? Oh yeah, that's certainly some pits to fall down towards the latter half of this. But yeah, so far, Marie, you've just missed the first 3 main levels of the game, that being Crisis City, Tropical Jungle, and Wave Ocean. You missed a couple town missions, you missed my impressions of the Sonic movie 2, and also talking about how crap the Halo show is, and how Pablo Schreiber is very condescending to the people who don't like the show. Never played or saw Rise of Lyric, had a taste of forces and quit that shit show on the first major boss battle. I didn't even make it to the first boss battle, I don't think. Cause I think I've played like 40 minutes of Sonic Forces. Oh no, it's time for Amy. Okay, kill me. Amy sucks in this game. Her even Silver doesn't want me to play as Amy. He killed himself over it. She has the ability to turn invisible, but it's just, ugh. Like, turning invisible doesn't actually help at all, because enemies can still see you and hit you, so it doesn't really matter. Her hammer attack is pitiful. Her double jump, you know how Blaze's double jump allows you to, oh my god, that was close. Blaze's double jump allows you to maintain your jumping momentum as you go. Yeah, Amy's does not. Amy's stops your momentum at dead in its tracks when you jump. She's definitely the worst character in the game to play as, which sucks. I don't think I made it much further. I think I rescued Sonic. Man, the part that made me lose interest in that game was when they, spoilers if you care, when they kill Sonic and then they're like, actually he's alive, I guess, in this fortress, and like 5 minutes pass between those 2 events, which just makes you go, okay, why? So I think I stopped after I rescued Sonic and did a level with the custom character I created. So, I don't know. I didn't make it that far. But I was not incentivized to play any more than what I did. However, having said that, it's definitely not worse than Adventure 2. It might have been, I don't know, story maybe was worse, but I didn't pay attention to Adventure 2's story at all, so I can't really comment on that. But gameplay-wise, I'd rather revisit Forces, because Forces just bored me. Adventure 2 angered me. Okay, there we go. We're done. We're done with playing as Amy for a while. If we still have to play as her in a town mission later, and then again in the end of the world level gauntlet in the last story.
Those enemies look like they're guarding that door.
Adventure 1 set up Tails wanting to be more independent. Well, yeah, I mean, even in Colors and Generations, he still does his own thing. He's not useless, but in Forces, the whole world acts like Sonic's death. It's kind of like Persona 5, where if Joker dies, everyone just loses brain functionality and just ends immediately. It's kind of the same thing there. If Sonic dies, I guess the whole world just stops dead in its tracks and Eggman wins by default, which makes no sense at all. Amy has the least stages to play as, right? Yeah, you only play as her for one stage, one town mission, and then 1/7 of a stage in the last story. Adventure wasn't earned, it still happened. Yeah, it wasn't an earned character arc, but at least they tried something. Forces apparently abandoned that because everybody in that game thinks that if Sonic is dead, then Eggman wins automatically and no one else can possibly stand up against him, which is idiotic. That was my biggest problem with that game, is just the abysmal storytelling. So let's hope that the next time Sonic characters get to do their thing, okay, they actually have some semblance of a personality. Let's hope. Only time the protagonist dies equals game over thing. It makes sense as the SMT series, since you control the demons. If you die, they probably just run off. I don't know anything about the series, but I'll take your word for it. But I adamantly stand by that if in Persona 5, if you're playing as... The fact that you're playing as Joker shouldn't mean that he's the only character who's allowed to die and end the game immediately. I should be able to control my other party members until they all wipe. Because you can do that in Strikers. Excuse me. In Strikers, if Joker dies, you can still keep going, but not in Persona 5, which really, really annoys me. I'm glad they made that change for Strikers. Very glad. Anyway, it's ball puzzle time. That thing that everybody hates. Yeah, so the physics here are really not all that bad, because you get a nice straight shot out of the gate to go down this first hall. So that's an easy first strike. And beyond that point, it's also the fact that they even give you boxes is nice, but I mean it kind of rolls on its own, so you can just let it go, and then it's just slight alterations to keep it from going into the holes. You can just let it roll down the hall, and then give it a slight nudge in the right direction, like that, and that'll be enough to keep it going. You just gotta get the first strike. Okay, well if it stops like this, then you can give it another little tap, but still, it's not that big of a deal. Because once you get it around this hole, it's pretty much a free win. Like that's gonna go in, I think, on its own probably. Or yep, and first try. But by the way, that's the hardest thing in the game. Hardest thing in the game, by the way. It's also glitchier. Yeah, if you want, you can glitch through the door by stacking boxes in front of it and then using your psychokinesis on it to glitch your way through the door. But, I don't need to use that. It's really not that bad. As demonstrated there. Persona 1 and 2 doesn't do that. If the protagonist dies, you can keep going. That's nice. That's very nice. I wish Persona 5 did that. Like Strikers does. I don't know why. I should be able to control until if my whole party wipes, then yes, obviously game over me. But if just Joker dies, I don't like that at all.
Gee, I wonder where he went.
Now it's time for the inverse of the Silver v Sonic battle.
You're the Iblis trigger. Your actions
Also,
condemn us all.
I like how
Who are you?
Silver can levitate like that,
My name is
and then the opening cutscene he can just take off at the speed of sound when flying.
You.
But in gameplay, he just has none of that. He can barely hover a few feet before he just falls.
Doesn't look like you're here to talk.
Persona 1 and 2 is very equally treating for party members, as in those games everybody can have multiple personas, not just protagonists. That's cool. I can go either way on the multiple personas for character thing, but the one thing that I think absolutely should have been in Persona 5 is the ability to keep going after Joker dies. Okay. I'm honestly probably gonna get hit more here than I did in the Sonic v Silver fight. Sometimes I can't stop a homing attack before it happens. Has Amori dethroned Doki Doki Literature Club as the scariest game I've ever played? So far, absolutely. So far, it is absolutely dethroned. Yeah, we're probably not gonna S rank this as this is a sloppy run. I'm gonna get hit here. Yeah. Still dead though. Yeah, very sloppy run. But, eh. I did the ball puzzle first try. I'm fine with not S-ranking that. Oh, did I S-rank it? No, I just missed it, damn it. Okay.
Looks like I'm on a roll.
But yeah, Amori has absolutely dethroned DDLC. It's not even close, actually. I mean, Doki Doki Literature Club is still a psychological horror masterpiece. Absolutely. But the degree to which, like, I've hyperventilated. My heart has just been beating out of my chest. Like, I had trouble breathing playing Amori because of how just absolutely spine-chillingly horrifying it is. Do I at least enjoy Amori? That is a complicated question. Because it's objectively a great game so far. But as far as my subjective enjoyment of it, it depends. I enjoy it when I'm doing JRPG sections. But when I'm doing the whenever it comes time for horror stuff, I would like it's extremely effective horror. It's extremely effective horror actually, like above and beyond. But it's really really rough to play.
Absolutely not.
It's just it's so emotionally draining. Like, it leaves you physically exhausted afterwards, just because of how on edge you are the whole time.
Leave it to me.
So it's a complicated question to answer. I'd say overall I'm still enjoying it, though, and I would recommend it to anybody. I've been excuse me, sorry. With the sole exception of the Sweetheart boss battle, I've been thoroughly impressed by what I've played in Amori.
The person you were looking for was Sonic. Were you planning to kill him?
You always turn down the volume whenever the horror sections appear.
That's crazy.
Sonic
would never.
I don't really have that option.
In the near future,
because it's a weird. Because I want to get scared. I want to get pulled into the atmosphere of the game, but it's definitely not a.
If I had to choose between the world and
It's
Sonic,
exhausting, I
would
guess.
choose Sonic.
Also, Amy and Elise have that same thing. When given the choice between the world and Sonic, they choose Sonic. It's like, you don't understand how. Ugh. You can't wait for my reaction to the ending of Amori. I have some ideas about what's gonna happen in one way or another, but not looking forward to getting to that point.
So this is where you are. I've been looking for you.
Amy's whole personality is Sonic. That's the thing, I've heard people say that she didn't used to be like that. She did used to have a personality beyond Sonic, 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 Sonic. But I've yet to see that.
To kill someone.
In every Sonic-related piece of media I've ever consumed, I have yet to see Amy do anything other than fawn over Sonic.
Is that really the right thing to do?
I'd like her to have a better personality.
You're so naive.
I mean, I guess in Adventure she technically had her own quest of protecting the bird or whatever.
I can't really say.
But I don't know. I think her personality was still dominantly Sonic-driven in that game.
If we don't take this chance, the future will remain exactly as it is.
Hey, Blaze, you exist. Yeah, remember
Let's
Blaze?
sneak into
Remember
Eggman's
her?
base.
I remember.
Maybe we'll learn something new.
The game barely does. She's barely in. I mean, I'm fine with not playing as Amy because Amy sucks in this game. But Blaze is an awesome character to play as, and she barely gets anything. Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention. She also gets to play. She also gets White Acropolis. She also gets to. You play as her a little bit in White Acropolis. Sonic Boom cartoon is the best she has. I have never seen Sonic Boom, so I can't attest to that. Okay. Finally, I can unlock a Psycho Shock. So I can actually have decent combat. I can actually jump up and press X to take out enemies in a decent fashion. Least favorite boss fight of all time. Jesus, it's probably something from one of the Ori games. It's probably that stupid fucking spider. Either the frog, the spider, or the bird at the end. Those are all really bad. I mean, yeah, it's probably one of those. In Sonic CD, she was literally there just to be kidnapped. I haven't played CD, I wouldn't know. Plays your favorite Sonic character? I'm sorry to hear that in the case of this game, because she does not get anything to do in this game. You play as her in Crisis City, White Acropolis, and Wave Ocean. That's it. She doesn't get anything to do after this point.
Eggman's base is ahead. Let's hurry.
So you gotta enjoy it while it lasts. You gotta enjoy playing as Blaze while it lasts, because this tornado attack just absolutely wrecks face. And her homing attack is a lot faster than the other ones. Remember I mean saying Sonic CD was shit when I was playing the classic Sonic games? Yeah, but I barely played it, so I may as well have not played it. I've played like one level and one throw up, so I may as well have not played it. Hence why I said I haven't played it. Like, I've technically played Sonic Forces, but I may as well not have, because I barely got anywhere in the game. Hello, Falcon Heavy, welcome to the stream. We're currently discussing, well, Blaze and Amy, I guess, as characters, how they both get nothing to do. Amy, you barely play as her, but that's fine because she sucks as a gameplay character. And narratively, she's just worthless. And then Blaze is also worthless because she doesn't do anything.
We need to defeat all the enemies.
Her tornado attack just steamrolls through everybody. And that's it. Hope you enjoyed it. It's over now. That's the extent of playing as Blaze. You will never get the chance again. She'll still be around. She'll just be useless. That was the last you'll see of Blaze.
Where is the entrance to Eggman's base?
Also, I'm playing through this level knowing that Egg Genesis is coming. You just remembered is the blue Chaos Emerald that Silver gets after the boss that then gives to Elise the same as the one Eggman just got from Elise? I'm pretty sure it's gotta be. Because logically it has to be, which is a little bizarre that it is, but yeah, because it has to be that one. Because I don't know what else because you know, like I would have to be the same thing. It's just that it's the way this game portrays its events. It's trying to keep up with the Sonic 06 story is not something worthwhile to do because it is a bit of a mess, to put it lightly. Does Eggman have the blue one already and then got another one? I assume it's the same one that he already got. Because I don't know why there shouldn't be two of them. Well, I guess either way, whether it's the same one, or if it's just, or if it's a different one, that he just didn't think anything was wrong with. Either way, the problem stands that it doesn't make any sense. Still, it's easily fun to play as. Yeah. I mean, he's the weakest of the three hedgehogs. His psychokinesis, being able to grab objects and throw them at enemies like that, or grab their bullets like that and throw them back at the enemies, that's pretty fun. But the thing that I don't like about Silver is just how much combat you have to do. I don't know what I was doing there. I looked at chat for a second and I took my eyes off the screen. It's my bad. But doing this, I'm trying to show something off here, game. Can you let me? I guess not. I was trying to show off that if you jump on an object and then press right trigger, you can launch yourself into the air with it. But the game didn't want me to show you that because it kept launching missiles at me, so I guess I'm not doing that now. But whenever you get to do that, that's really cool. It's just that so much of this game relies... Here, let me see if I can try it. There we go. That's what I wanted to show off. That you can do that to lift yourself up to platforms like that and then take you around the level. That's the best part of Silver's gameplay. It's just that, unfortunately, a lot of it boils down to fighting enemies. But fighting enemies as Silver is really cumbersome a lot of the time.
That was easy.
We don't see the red Chaos Emerald in all three stories. You only see it once in the end. Yeah, it's... I don't really keep track of the Chaos Emeralds. I probably should have at some point just to see if it lines up, which it probably doesn't. But... I have not kept track of that at all. You're waiting for the update to Project 06, because even though you don't dislike Silver's gameplay, you want more of Chaos X's Silver. I've never played the P06 mod. I've heard it's great, but I just haven't... I'm content with what we have in this game, so I haven't had a reason to check it out, but I probably should one day just to see.
What? Oh no!
But, one thing about Silver, nothing to do with him, just his story. This boss is awful. I hate it, actually. I really hate it. This is probably going to take a long time to get through. This is one of the worst parts of the game. And you'll see why very soon, because the camera just doesn't function properly. Well, I mean, it functions, it's just focusing on the wrong thing. It shouldn't focus... You'll see. I'll just... Show, don't tell. I'll let you see for yourselves how broken this is.
A guard, huh? Just try and stop.
So as you can see, the camera is focusing on, not on me, but on the boss itself. It's centered around the boss and not Silver. Meaning that if you get really close to him, Silver starts to leave the frame, and all you can see is the boss, not Silver. Meaning you can't see yourself while you're trying to move, which makes trying to get rings, or just dodge the rockets, a bit annoying. You know, just mildly frustrating. Like here, I just have to hope that it's gonna... Yeah, there we go. I didn't know that I was in the right position to be able to hit that. I just had to guess, because I can't see where Silver is, because of how the camera locks onto things. I've also learned that if you just hold right trigger, so long as you hold right trigger, you won't actually lose those rockets if you get hit. It's on Sonic Adventure 2. Oh, absolutely. I would rather play this than anything in Sonic Adventure 2, certainly, because that game was just awful. But it doesn't make this good. It just makes it not as bad as the worst thing I've played in a long time. Well, by a long time, I mean like, excuse me, sorry, I mean like a few months. Boss sucks, but you probably hate Shadows Egg Cerberus. Oh, I don't know. I mean, Egg Cerberus is certainly annoying whenever you lose your grip on the lightsaber on his head. But at least the camera can keep up with what's happening. Whereas with this, the camera just can't even follow what it's supposed to follow. So, is Sonic Adventure 2 the worst game I've ever played and worse than Security Breach? Yes, it is. I can see myself replaying Security Breach. Not, I would never choose to, but if you put a gun on my head and say, replay Security Breach, I'd be like, okay, I guess I'll do that then. But if you do the same for Sonic Adventure 2, I would have to think about it. I hate it. I hate that game. It was actively... The peak of my rage and frustration is far beyond what happened in Security Breach. Here's the thing. Security Breach is more personally insulting because of what it does to completely undo the ending of Pizzeria Simulator.
That was easy.
But Adventure 2 is much more painful to play. Also, that boss actually didn't go as bad as I thought it would. I mean, it still sucks, but that went over easier than I expected. So, am I swapping secret rings out with Security Breach? Yeah. Well, no, sorry. I'm not bumping it down that far. I'm just... We're taking secret rings off the list and bumping Adventure 2 up above Security Breach.
Yes, Emerald. It said this gem can transform your
Every
thoughts
year,
into power.
when I make a top 20 worst list, I always find something to dethrone, to just make the list irrelevant, because that list is outdated now. That list is completely outdated now.
It transforms.
And it took less than a month for that to happen.
Power.
Just like what happened last year. I can never be definitive with anything anymore. Anyway, if you're looking for an update on the secret project with Neil, I'm about halfway done editing the series. There's 18 episodes, and I've edited 9 of them, or at least I'm starting to. I'm close to being done with editing 9 episodes, so I'm about halfway done. So everything should be gearing up on track. The top 20 list is outdated, Your Honor. Oh great, this scene. So I know Skyward Sword will run me about 30 hours, Breath of the Wild will be about 60. Really? Only 60 hours for Breath of the Wild? I thought it'd be way longer than that. I've heard Breath of the Wild is way longer than that. But yeah, I'll definitely, I definitely want to play those games at some point. I don't know. I want to, assuming Breath of the Wild does come out next year, I want to give, I want to at least get through Skyward Sword and Breath of the Wild. Just because I want to, Skyward Sword's been in my backlog for a while, and Breath of the Wild is obviously, you know, you want to play the first one before the second. Perhaps I treated you too harshly? Nope, I did not treat Security Breach too harshly. I just found something that's worse than it.
Elise? Wait, you're not Elise, the Princess of Soliana, are you?
The Knuckles Rouge sections were so bad you couldn't watch them. I didn't think I felt playing them.
Yes.
And then dealing with people defending them after the fact. Just have more patience, dude. If you were more patient, it'd be better. That makes complete sense as a defense for the garbage Rouge and Knuckles stages.
You wouldn't happen to have some feelings for this person.
Also, this scene is awful.
What? No, of course it's okay. Love changes everything. It feels like every little moment in your life is huge, doesn't it?
God, Amy, just stop talking.
So, what does this guy look like? Have you already been on a date with him?
Oh, no, I really haven't.
A one-way love? That's so cute. There's no need to be shy. Look, you're a princess and you're super cute. That guy's the lucky one. I also have someone that I'm pursuing too. I wish us both luck.
Stop talking. Cringe. There's no other word for this that makes you cringe. Yeah, just wait till the last story. Give it about 2 more hours, I'd say. Let's give it 2 more hours, and then you'll see something even worse than that. This is fucking awful, and you're huge on romance. Oh, yeah, just wait till the last story. That scene will be dethroned quite definitively when we get to the last story. But yeah, I hate watching that scene. It's just awful. You thought your portrayal in Sonic X was bad? I've never seen that show. I've heard the theme song. Well, I guess I've heard it covered. I've heard the theme song covered by Nameless to Battle, but I've never seen the show. No, God, please, no. Oh, no. I'm absolutely... We're not skipping that cutscene. I want everyone here who hasn't already seen it to be... Everyone deserves to be subjected to the abysmal cringe fest that is that cutscene. Everybody will be subjected to it. Alicia and the Hedgehog 2, it would have at least... it would have made it more bearable, that's for sure. Because what they have right now is just... bleh. Adventure 2 is undoubtedly worse than 06, even if you don't feel strongly toward either. Yeah, just... The Knuckles and Rouge stages alone probably are enough to tip it over the edge. I don't know what they were thinking with that. Just taking out the Emerald Tracker, just one of many issues. I think I got an S rank? Yeah, just barely.
Just perfect.
Were those Sparkles supposed to make Amy look cute because she still looks terrifying? Yeah, yeah. That's just a lot of the models in this game. A lot of the models in this game fall under that terrifying category. Okay, I think it's time for Radical Train now, after a quick intermission from Mephiles himself. Oh, right, also she gets kidnapped again, I forgot. She gets kidnapped like 17 million times. What are your guards doing? Why do you even have guards? What is their purpose in life?
I've been waiting so patiently for you to return, Princess.
Where are your guards? What are they doing? Or rather, what are they not doing? Also, where did you come from? Good question. I guess she was just going trollolololling down the walkway. Okay, now it's time for Radical Train. First Mephiles, though.
Mephiles. Tell me, who is the Iblis Trigger? Why does he want to destroy the world?
Why does that matter to you? Unless you complete your task, your future will remain the same.
By the way, I don't know if you can hear this. I don't know if this comes through in the stream, but the audio isn't balanced in that in that last scene. Mephiles' audio was more dominantly coming to the left ear than the right, and that happens with a lot of cutscenes in this game where the dialogue audio is balanced in one direction or the other, and it isn't equally spread out. Which is nice for surround sound if someone's like coming in from the left or whatever, but when they're in the same frame, it's a bit frustrating. Where's his mouth? I don't know. Count the number of mouths in this room. Exactly, there are none. I don't know why he doesn't have a mouth. Have I ever watched Garfield's Babes and Bullets? No, I haven't seen anything Garfield related at all. I don't know any Garfield stuff. Okay, should I do this town mission? Sure, why not? You only know Nameless to Battle from his FNAF songs? I imagine a lot of people found him through... Well, actually, I think a lot of people found him through his anime covers, because that seems to be what he does a lot of. His anime covers and his FNAF songs are the big, I imagine, the things that people found him from. But I discovered him right when he released his first fully original album, which is what made me as big of a fan of his music as I am. He looks like every OC in the Fandom, a generic recolor copy of another character. That is Mephiles' character in a nutshell. Conceptually, there could have been more, but in execution, eh. What is my favorite FNAF song? That is a good question that I don't have an answer for off the top of my head. It's probably going to be Just an Attraction, or possibly Circus of the Dead. Both of which are by Try Hard Ninja, although Nate's songs as well. Salvage is one. No More. There's a lot of great choices there. Recently, his Count the Teeth and Obsolete songs on his What You Want album. The Stay the Course I'm not too crazy about. Stay the Course I can take it or leave it. But and even what you want is eh. It's always been Dying to Fire. I was a fan of both It's Been So Long and the original FNAF song from The Living Tombstone. But wasn't too big into any of their songs after that. Have I heard I'm the Purple Guy? Yes. In fact, actually, not those two songs are also good contenders out of the DA Games trilogy of FNAF songs. Those being Not Here All Night, I'm the Purple Guy, and It's Time to Die. I'm the Purple Guy and Not Here All Night are also among my favorites. There's a lot of great choices there. I need to think about that some more to give a more definitive answer. Oh, Nightmare is good as well. Nightmare. There's a lot of great choices. I just haven't really given much thought to this question before. You haven't heard any FNAF songs? There's definitely some great, there's some really, really great ones. I mean, there's obviously going to be a plethora of crap ones, but there's a lot of really, really solid FNAF songs. Maybe a lot of talented artists. The Man Behind the Slaughter. Oh, yeah, specifically, I guess just the It's Been So Long song. It's honestly kind of heartbreaking to listen to that, especially with the 8-bit animation. Really sells the music video. You're beyond excited for the Forces playthrough. It'll be a cringe fest. I think it's just gonna be boring more than anything. I don't imagine there'll be much more excitement there. Living Tombstone's FNAF 4 song felt rushed. Oh, it definitely felt rushed. It didn't feel like they really tried that hard on it. Probably because at that point they were burnt out on the series, and they just did it because they knew that people wanted them to do it. But I don't have very positive feelings towards their FNAF 4 song at all. Some channels that make terrifying fan videos. Yeah, there's a lot of really creative people in the FNAF community that have made really great stuff out of Scott's IP. I haven't really kept up with it recently, just because my interest in the it's just been waning ever since Security Breach. You think they did good on I Can't Fix You for Dislocation? I just never listened to that one. After the FNAF 4 song, I stopped paying attention to what songs they were making for the series. I think at some point they just gave up entirely, because did it even make one for Pizzeria Simulator? I don't think they even made one for Pizzeria Simulator. Breath of the Wild can be much longer depending on how much I do, because almost everything is optional. Breath of the Wild 2 also heavily intertwined with Skyward Sword. Yeah, well, we'll see how that goes. Sure, they stopped after that. Yeah, it seems like they did. But yeah, there's a lot of great stuff that people have made in the FNAF community. And is that even a C? Is that a D?
I need to pull it.
Yeah, that was a really bad performance of that town mission. Not that I need it, because I have plenty of rings. You completed Forces in less than a day? That's interesting. Silver isn't playable again after this, correct? Silver is playable throughout the entirety of Silver's story. Oh, you mean in the series as a whole? No, I don't think he is. Except for maybe a spin-off game. But in the main series, I'm pretty sure I don't think Silver is playable after this, no. Break My Mind is a really good FNAF 4 song. Oh yeah, Break My Mind is great. DA Games kept it up, especially with their FNAF Dislocation song of Left Behind. Especially if you listen to that back-to-back with I Will Not Be Moved. Those are great. But Living Tombstone kind of fell off a bit. Okay. Give me the Heart of Wind so I can teleport dash around. To make traveling hub worlds much, much better. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Forces is that short? You got a free in PlayStation Plus. You might buy the Persona DLC and beat it in one go. Yeah, from what I've been hearing, Forces, I thought Forces would be a lot longer. Because wasn't it released at $40 initially? If it's really that short, that is a steep price for 3 to 4 hour game. You can speed through it that quickly. Because most Sonic games, like, that's not that far off from the original Sonic trilogy in terms of length. I mean, obviously it's a little longer than that, because the first game you can beat in about an hour, but still. Usually Sonic games are way longer. The scene with the girl getting scooped into baby is a strong contender for one of the scariest moments in the entire series. Absolutely. That was really, really... That definitely is among them. I need to think about what would be the scariest moment in the series, but that's one of them. Just the blood-curdling scream it leaves you with. Because you only see it flash for a second, and then you just have this unsettling pit in your stomach. But I'm assuming you're referring to the games, because if you want to extend the scariest moments into the books, then that's a whole other can of worms. Forces isn't worth $40? Yeah, I don't. I think it's currently listed as $20 on all platforms. I'm not sure. Also, speaking of that, I remember there was a reviewer that I watched. I don't remember what his name was, but he reviewed Forces, beat it in under 2 hours, I think, or something like that, and then refunded the game after he reviewed it, and his fans were really mad at him for it, and so he rebought the game afterwards. I don't know who that was, but that's a very distinct memory that I have of Sonic Forces in terms of YouTube content. If anyone can help me out with telling me who that was, if you remember, then I'd appreciate it, but I don't know if anyone's ever seen that before, if it was just me. You refuse to learn the new lore? Your lore ended at FNAF 3 and you're pretty sure all the theories you locked into your mind are wrong. It's worth looking into what happens for Pizzeria, up until Pizzeria Simulator, because Pizzeria Simulator gives a really nice book ending to the series. Whereas, what happens after that is just broken. I mean, you saw what happened in Security Breach. That destroys everything. Considering that 06's story erases itself at the end, it technically means that Silver appears for the first time in Rivals for Sonic and Friends. Which I don't even know how that makes any sense. I don't understand in what circumstance it would lead to Silver existing, but whatever. It's because of the reason he listed on the Steam refund from what you remembered. Oh. I don't know. I don't know anything about it specifically. I just remember that event happening. Ultimate Custom Night should have been the ending 100%. Well, I was fine with FNAF VR existing as a standalone tribute to the series, but as a canon addition the whole everything was just a game is V3 levels of stupidity, and then Security Breach happened and made it all even worse, because it abandoned the idea of it all being video games and made it all real life again, except that was somehow an even worse mistake, because they brought back Afton in the form of Burn Trap. And I don't even want to know what the hell happens because they're planning DLC for Security Breach. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. Sonic Rivals retcons Rush Dimension and 06 Future Timeline is the same place. Alright then. Whatever they gotta do to make Silver a canon addition to the series, I suppose. Wait, can I break this wall, please? He always comes back, even when he shouldn't. Yeah, even when he's definitively dead, and you have Henry Afton deliver one of the most epic speeches in video game history, he still comes back and makes that totally irrelevant. My favorite. That's my favorite esport. I love it. I love it. It's so great. Hello Games keep expanding No Man's Sky to infinity and beyond with new gameplay elements each new update. People keep telling me that, but I just haven't given it a chance after I wasted my money on it initially. I was so excited. That was just my dream game, and it just fell short of every expectation I had for it. Not even like it wasn't as good as I wanted, it just wasn't a functional, complete video game. Which sucks. Because it seemed like a game that was tailor-made for everything I would have ever wanted, and none of it was what I expected. None of it. And I wasn't even looking for a multiplayer experience, because that was one thing people wanted, was the ability to play online with other people. I just wanted a functioning single-player game, and I didn't even get that. So, you know, maybe one day I'll find it in myself to give it another chance, but, I wouldn't count on it. The odds of that happening are pretty slim to none. You don't blame him for wanting to refund forces? Yeah, I don't, I mean, if you can beat it in that short amount of time, I don't blame him either. Especially if you have negative thoughts on it, I wouldn't. Forces, for what I've played so far, isn't really awful. It's just extremely lackluster and boring and not worth the price tag at all. Well, I mean, story-wise, it's awful, but gameplay-wise, I mean. You had a dream recently, and in it, Steel Wool called security non-canon, and the game was deleted from shop. Well, dreaming out the game will never be canon for you. It'd be great if Steel Wool could admit how badly they screwed up. Unfortunately, they basically lied. The lead producer said they found all game-breaking glitches before the game was released. That was either there's no way. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. You ever could possibly say that with a straight face. I don't believe you. I do not believe you when you tell me that. How could anybody have possibly playtested that game and thought that they found all the game-breaking glitches? That doesn't make any sense at all. And then, especially because afterwards, they've quote-unquote fixed the game, but they clearly haven't, because they've actually broken it even more, made the experience less fun, and not fixed the issues I found. So, like, the animatronics teleporting still happens. The killing you when they shouldn't still happens. And even if they fixed every single glitch, it wouldn't matter. Because a lot of the problems with Security Breach are fundamental to the game's core design. As in, if the game is functioning entirely as intended, it's still a broken, awful game. Not even mentioning the fact that the story just ruins everything. Which can't be fixed without major retcons and making the entire... Any DLC they try to make to fix the story you can only do that by erasing the first game's continuity and canon. Which is just... Imagine a DLC invalidating the main game. First game you ever refunded was Sonic Lost World? Really? Oh. I've heard that it's actually pretty good. I've heard that Lost World was actually pretty decent. I mean, not great, but not horrible. But I will go into it with an open mind, as always, when I play it. Have I watched Sonic Movie 2? Yes. If you scroll to the beginning of the stream, I give my thoughts on it. Brief version here. It's overall 6 out of 10, with really low lows and really high highs that made me smile with joy and cry. I actually was tearing up in the theater when a certain thing happened because of how awesome it was to see, and just made me realize how much I love the Team Sonic of Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. And it's a very fun time for anyone who's even remotely a Sonic fan, but it's still heavily flawed. So yes, I have seen a Sonic movie too.
It's time to end this.
Lost World's pretty meh. I can see that. Like I said, I've heard it's not great, but not awful. Which, a meh game is kind of what that's the bar for Sonic games so far from what I've played. If you rate the status of being meh, you'll win me over. Oh, and I'm not going to play the 3DS version. I'm going to play either the Wii U version or the Steam version, not the 3DS version, because that, from what people are saying in chat, that sounds like a disaster.
I won't hold back. Here I come.
The only thing you would remove is the one subplot. Yeah, that one subplot should have been cut. I didn't care about anything that was happening. I mean, I laughed a little, but it still should have been cut. But the other thing I would have changed is the earlier scene that sets up one of Tails' things for later. Or maybe not even cut, because you need a scene like that for both character and plot reasons. But they should have heavily edited it down or just changed it so that it wasn't a slog to get through. But beyond that, everything else can stay. It was just... It needed some editing. You think Lost World has the worst story in the entire series, honestly? That is a new one. I haven't heard that before. I also just don't know anything about Lost World's story, except that, isn't it pretty basic? Like, isn't Lost World just kind of on the color spectrum of the story is just there to justify the gameplay and not really trying to tell an in-depth narrative? So, is Arlo's review is as bad as everybody's saying? Yes. Because even though he does raise some good points in the video, he's very condescending and rude to Sonic fans and actively attacks them for their enjoyment of the movie. Well, it's worse than that. He says, first of all, he contradicts himself multiple times in the video, which is hilarious. But also he says, look, I don't want to say you only liked it because you're a Sonic fan, but would you like it if you weren't a Sonic fan? I don't think you would, but you know, so he says I'm not going to say this thing, but also he says that same thing in a different wording. So yeah, it's just as bad as people say it is, and his follow-up video did not do anything to help save it. In fact, it might have made things worse, honestly. What game would I say has the most well-written and immersive story ever? Well-written and immersive story. Well, immersive would probably have to be something in VR. Because just the immersion that gives you just trumps anything that isn't in VR. That's just a nature of the medium. You're always going to have a more immersive experience there. But out of non-VR games, I don't know. The most well-written and immersive story. Because those are probably two different things. Because the most well-written story isn't necessarily the most immersive one. Because you can have a story that really pulls you in, but just isn't very well written. And inversely, you can have a really well written story that doesn't really that isn't very immersive, I guess. Like this might be a weird comparison. Oh, actually, wait, watch this. This is everyone's favorite part. There we go. But this might be a weird comparison. But for anyone who's been to Hollywood Studios and Disney World in Florida, there's two different lands there right now, Toy Story Land and Star Wars Land. Toy Story Land is a very great land, but it's not very immersive, because it's very well themed in terms of the aesthetics to the movie, and the attractions there are really solid, but it's not very immersive because you can still see the rest of the park from the roller coaster, whereas Star Wars Land is a crap land, but it's very immersive because it has you can't see the rest of the park from that area, so I think it's two different conversations as to a well-written story versus an immersive story. Because most well-written would probably be one of the Ace Attorney stories, whereas most immersive would probably be something I've played in VR, or maybe the Beginner's Guide. That might be close enough to both definitions in order to fit the story. I might go with that one as an answer for both of them.
What? What are you talking about?
To discover what happened.
But that's gonna be my temporary answer for now is, I think well-written and immersive are two different things, but if I have to answer one for both, then probably the Beginner's Guide. I hope that's a satisfying answer. I don't know. He's one of those, it's just my opinion, bro. Oh, absolutely. He hides behind the it's just my opinion shield constantly, and it pisses me off. Tales was ruined in Forces. You hate that story, and the person who even considered writing Tales in such a way should have retired the instant that the thought occurred to them. Yeah, Tale, from what little I saw about Tales in my short playthrough of Sonic Forces, that did not impress me at all. I really didn't like how Tails is portrayed, because I really like Tails a lot. And seeing Tails in the Sonic movie 2 just reinforced that. So I'm probably going to hate Forces even more.
Why do you refuse to listen to my voice? Elise!
Persona 5 is a definition of wholesome but not very well written. Yeah, that's another good example of it's very immersive in terms of just the sheer scale of everything you can do, but as far as how well it's written, it's... I mean, you've heard what I had to say about Persona 5's writing quality. It has great character moments, but story-wise, it's got some problems there, buddy. Have I ever played any Sonic fan games? No, but I have seen Markiplier play the Sonic Dreams collection, and I wish I didn't. I can never erase that from my memory. But I wish I could. I wish I could.
Is the original Mephiles.
That's Mephiles?
You never watched Arlo? You're not missing much.
They're escaping!
We'll have to split up. I'll pursue Mephiles.
Sonic, help me, says Tails after defeating a weak version of Chaos. Yeah, that I do remember something like that. Man, Tails is awesome. And from what I remember from Forces, they really didn't portray him well at all.
Hurry!
How long does it take us to get good at Sonic? You're playing Colors and you have me moving as fast as I want to? I don't know. I feel like I started gaining speed pretty quickly when I played the Colors. This game I got to grips with pretty quickly. Colors, I think, I don't know, it's been a while since I played Colors for the first time. But I don't think it took me that long to get to grips with taking off at the speed of sound.
A laboratory like this? Under Soliana?
The Sonic.exe games are cancer. Yeah, I've heard some less than stellar things about the Sonic EXE games, which is why I'm probably not ever gonna play them. Because from what I've heard about them, they're not real great. Tails was completely useless in Forces and an absolute prick in Lost World. I'm assuming you meant to say prick and not Price. And if you meant to say Price, I don't know what you mean. But yeah, I don't know anything about Lost World, but I do know him from Forces. And he's not great in Forces. In fact, he was quite awful in Forces from the first 40 minutes I played. There's a lot of other characters too that it just seems like a case of, look, it's everybody. Also, everybody sucks now. I also don't like the fact that they brought back Classic Sonic. Despite the fact, like, it kind of cheapens the gimmick from Generations, and that was a one-time thing of Classic and Modern Sonic, and now he's just there again. For some reason. I don't know why, but he's there.
Strength in numbers.
Shadow, I'll be looking.
Sonic Colors is more platform focused than speed focused. Yes, but there are still speed sections there. There are definitely still a couple instances of taking off the speed of sound. Okay, the range on his I don't know what to call it. I think someone called it the psychic bitch slap, but whatever his slap attack is called just has so little range that you just always use this. Once you use the Psycho Shock, you have very little reason to use this ever again because it's just so garbage. Like, look at that. There we go. I hate the range on that thing. Just always use Psycho Shock instead. Classic Sonic does absolutely nothing in that game. Oh, what's that? Do you mean tell me they just put Classic Sonic in there because people liked it in Generations and they didn't actually care about making it good? Oh no, whoever could have guessed this turn of events. All the characters came back in Forces, right? It seems like it. I know Shadow and Silver are there. Obviously Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles are there. I think I saw Vector the Crocodile was there. I don't even know. I'm not looking forward to playing that game. I'm really not looking forward to playing that game at all, actually. But hey, I might enjoy it more now that I know what Adventure 2 is capable of. My bar has been lowered significantly ever since I played Adventure 2. There's one scene that tries to be emotional in Lost World but fails hilariously. Yeah, like I said, I just don't know anything about it. The only thing I know is that opening scene where Tails and Sonic are flying towards Eggman, and then Sonic jumps to try to hit the button to release the bird creatures, but then he misses, and so thus the adventure continues. But beyond that, I don't know what the story actually is. You're downloading PS6 for now. Would I be interested in checking it out later? Well, I'm assuming you mean just later in general, because obviously later today I have to get going somewhere, but I think I would rather play that for myself before watching someone else play it. Oh my god! Well, that's alright. Time to die. I hope you enjoyed. That was... Rest in peace, my S rank. My ball just... My ball died. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It got lasered out of existence. I didn't need the ball anyway. Least favorite character from each Halo game. Wow, okay. I don't really hate any characters from the games. I'm trying to think. I mean, I don't know. I really, the only games with characters I hate are Halo 4 and 5. And maybe Halo Wars. Because I mean, obviously Guilty Spark is a likable, he's a prick, but he's a likable prick. Halo 2, like, obviously you're supposed to hate Tartarus because he's the villain, but he's a great villain. Halo 3, maybe Lord Hood, just because he stands confidently against the plan, but I mean, he has reasons to do that, so it makes sense. You know, the only ones I really hate are Del Rio in Halo 4 and Cortana in Halo 5. Well, I guess just everyone in Halo. Like, everyone sucks in Halo 5. But the other games, any character I don't like isn't because he's a bad character, just because they're the villain, they want you to not like them, but you like them as a villain, just not as a person kind of thing. So I don't know that I can necessarily answer that question. And as for the show itself, the show is just riddled with awful, awful characters. Played by even worse people. The focus of Forces is the avatar creation. I don't know if that's the focus. I would say that's one of the bits that they highlighted as a selling point, but I don't know that that's the focus of it. Like, if you took that out of the game, I don't think it would have been made any better. Not to say that what they have is good, it's just that there's bigger issues that game has from what I understand, aside from that. Can someone tell you how 06 is the worst game and Adventure 2 is pretty much so many people? I have some answers, but they're not very charitable answers, so, I guess all I'll say is that people encountered a lot of bugs with 06, and not with Adventure 2. Also, this is what I was talking about. For anyone who was in call with me on Discord yesterday, I mentioned I was going to be doing this section without the ball. Well, it's time to do the ball now. Or time to do it without the ball now. Because you can soar through this section without ever touching the ball a single time. So, enjoy this ride while I talk about Adventure 2. Adventure 2, because I don't like to default to the position of you just like it because nostalgia, because I hate it when people do that to me. I hate when people just say you only like this thing because nostalgia, because I don't like to be uncharitable in that assumption. I think it's probably just because when people played 06, they found a lot of bugs, and not with Adventure 2, whereas Adventure 2's problems are rooted in the philosophy of the actual game's design. But 06 is significantly better than people make it out to be. And that's a win. No ball required.
Those enemies look like they're guarding that door. Let's start by getting rid of them.
Okay. And doors open. Adventure 2 is a bad story. I don't know. That would have required me paying attention to the story to judge its quality, which I was not willing to do. You played 06 when you were young and completely hated everything after Sonic's story. Unfortunate to hear that. Forces is C tier at best. That's probably the highest I'd be willing to give it as well, but again, after playing Adventure 2, I would much rather... I mean, I'll have to see what happens after I play Forces, but I'm guessing it'll be much better than Adventure 2. Maybe not much better, but it'll definitely be better. Alright, goal ring. Probably the best thing that came out of Adventure 2 is the fan dub. Yeah, probably.
Perfect.
Even Sonic Story, Kingdom Valley was the bane of your existence thanks to the lack of autosave. Like, I guess if you don't save after those three town missions, redoing them over and over again can definitely be a pain. Sonic Adventure is better than the original Sonic the Hedgehog. Maybe. Sonic 1's pretty flawed. Marble Zone specifically definitely slows the pace to a crawl. Cause Green Hill Zone's great. Marble Zone is just more slower platform, which isn't really what you play Sonic for. And some of the other zones are kind of eh. Obviously, Labyrinth Zone is painful. So maybe. I don't know.
Hey, what are you doing? You've got
I'll say a maybe on that one.
I have my duty.
I think Force's story will piss me off more than the gameplay. Probably. From what little I saw from the story, I was very unimpressed by that. Still have Shadow the Hedgehog and Black Knight to play. Yeah, Shadow the Hedgehog, Secret Rings, Black Knight. There's... Just thinking about what I still have to do in terms of Sonic games is already making me feel the big sad. But I gotta get through it.
Eternal Sun. The living flame that has been entrusted to the royal family. Fall into slumber with a royal soul.
Yeah, so, can we talk about the fact that Elise's father expects her to never cry ever throughout her entire life? Like, what utter bullshit. It's not, I don't believe you when you tell me that she's never cried ever. I don't believe that. You're telling me a lie. You're telling me the big lie.
I'm sorry, but can you take her to a safe place?
What if she gets her hair stuck in her eye? Yeah, even if she doesn't voluntarily choose to it, there's some things beyond your control that just bring out tears. Hell, even just yawning can sometimes lead to tears coming out of your eyes.
Don't cry, no matter what happens.
There's a lot of circumstances surrounding why tears can leave your eyes, even if you don't, like, it doesn't have to be out of sadness. There's environmental factors at play here that just are not taken into consideration. This is such hot bullshit.
Live happily.
And even if we assume that there are zero environmental factors at play here, and that she has complete, perfect control of her emotions at all time, what are the fucking odds? Like, I'm sorry. This is kind of what Inside Out was all about. Strictly positive emotions are not good. It bottles up the emotions inside you, and one day they all just come crashing down. It's not good.
Did you do it?
Yes. And you?
How about tears of joy, or if she laughs so hard she cries? Yeah, like kind of what happened when I watched the Sonic movie 2. Those were tears of joy.
Flames are properly sealed.
The genuine tears of joy were what happened when I watched that movie. Anything can happen with this girl. This game's story is really shit. Yeah, also crying is good that your eyes actually don't dry out. Cry equals apocalypse. Yeah, that's literally what this is.
Yes. I already.
And yes, you're correct, Gugonic. Silver does indeed leave with the Blue Emerald and Shadow story. They just forgot to delete that. Yeah. It's dumb.
Yes, of course.
He still has the Blue Emerald in his hand when he jumps through the portal.
Chaos control!
One line, she mustn't cry tears of sadness, but it would have been so much better. That still wouldn't fix it, though. Because that doesn't... I mean, I don't even know how to explain mechanically why crying would bring forth the thing anyway. But it would... I can't even further to explain... To take it even further, explaining how... How to explain the difference between... the emotions that lead into your tears, that doesn't explain that. Yeah, that wouldn't really... In fact, that might actually make the problem worse. Also, yeah, her father just died. Her father quite literally just died. And also, hold on, Silver's leaving her all by herself. She was asleep when her father told her not to cry. She didn't hear any of that. So when she wakes up, no one's gonna be around to tell her not to cry. So she's gonna find out that her father died, and then she's gonna... This story is really bad. This story is really badly written. You're starting to see it. The story doesn't make any sense. Starting?
Blaze.
What did you see?
The Iblis trigger wasn't Sonic the Hedgehog.
I see.
That's one thing I've never tried to do. You've never heard me. Also, like how crowd of people noises. They don't show it because there's no crowd of people over there.
In response to
I can't even envision that in my head because I cannot imagine that many NPCs being in a single condensed space.
The objective was to release Iblis.
Ah, man. It's a good thing the game is fun because, God, the story is just awful. What if she finds out Danganronpa exists? That would just lead to terror, not sadness. I'd leave her running away screaming. Cause I'm thinking about it. In Dusty Desert, Elise has the flashback where she remembers her father telling her not to cry. But that would have had to have been before he sealed her inside. That would be before he sealed Solaris inside her. Meaning he wouldn't have had a reason to tell her not to cry. But if we assume that's true, then that means that he didn't want her to cry anyway. Meaning that he just wanted her to keep her emotions bottled up inside her, regardless of the fact that Solaris was inside her. Just to keep being positive and happy as a princess of I've honestly never really thought all that much about it, but the more I think about it, it just makes even less sense. Barely thinking about it already makes the story fall apart, but then when you start applying the slightest bit of critical thought, it just shatters. Okay. Now we are approaching the end game. We are approaching the final few stages, and then it's going to be time for the last story. I'd say we probably have about an hour left of Silver's story, and then then it'll be time for the final story to kick in. At which point, it depends on how long Solaris takes. Solaris, depending on how lucky you get with Silver's balls, or spiky balls rather, can take a very little time or a lot of time. We'll see how it goes though. Who is the girl we are protecting? I think she knows the secret of Kingdom Valley and where Sonic went, or whatever. Also, it was 3 because you have a timer. Yeah, Iblis 3 shouldn't be that bad. Iblis 3, I think I can always do Iblis 3 first try. That won't be that bad. Now, Flame Core might be a different story. Leading up to the final boss, it's gonna depend on that last ring. That last ring thing in that final Captain Toad room might be a problem, but the boss itself shouldn't be that big of a deal. Blaze could have at least told Silver that Sonic likely wasn't the Iblis trigger since she and Sonic were in good terms after Sonic Rush. Or she could have just acknowledged it at all, instead of just dropping it like it didn't even matter. Also, what are these people even doing over here? you remember Flamecore giving you such a hard time when you first played 06? As which character? As Sonic, Shadow, or Silver? Because there's different... Sonic and Shadow's Flamecore is pretty much exactly the same. They're both fine, but Silver's Flamecore is just a murky slog of pain. Sonic, okay, yeah. Prepare yourself for the worst version of Flamecore. You don't think this game takes Rush into consideration? Yeah, I think what happened with Blaze's story is they retconned it and then unretconned it afterwards.
Hey.
As is the case with Sonic 06 as a game. That statement applies to a lot of things about this story.
Perfect!
Alright. The boss destroying the platform after 2 minutes of not giving me projectiles was Knuckles' stated types of pain. Was that when I stepped out to go meet Neil? I'm not sure. Admittedly, I might not have been paying attention because I might have been distracted by talking. But that might have happened when I stepped out for a bit. I'm not sure. What's the kid with the green shirt doing? Having a seizure. The NPCs look so stupid, yet you have no idea. You have no idea. The NPCs are just laughably stupid with their character animations. Apparently said they forgot about Rush. Oh, what's that? You mean to say that they kind of forgot about Sonic Rush? What do I think of Silver as a character? A lot of great potential that was wasted on this game. I stepped out for a bit. Okay, yeah, I figured as much because I did have to dip out to go. For those who don't know, update on the secret project. Yesterday, Neil swung by my place to pick up his storage drive because the way he delivered the footage to me was we both recorded our footage separately, and then he put all of his footage and commentary on an external storage drive, and then drove over to drop it off at my place. I put all the footage on my computer, and now that it's all on my computer and I'm editing it, I gave it back to him yesterday when he stopped by to pick it up. So I'm about halfway done editing the project, and tomorrow actually you will get another teaser image on my Discord server showing. So for those interested in another teaser, you will get it very, very soon. How can you forget about a game that was being developed during the development of your game? I don't know. Ask the people who made Persona 5 Strikers and Royal at the same time. What are my hopes for Sonic Movie 3? I can't answer that question without spoilers. But I hope to see some other Sonic characters. Where the hell are the Soul Emeralds? I genuinely don't know what you're talking about. I know about the Master Emeralds or whatever, because there's two sets of Chaos Emeralds in Sonic 3, right? And then when you get all 14, Sonic and Knuckles can go hypersonic or whatever. But I don't know about the Soul Emeralds. I'm guessing that's probably something from Rush that I just don't know about, because I haven't played it. Spoilers for Rush? I'm not too worried about spoilers for Sonic Rush. Soul Emeralds are alternate reality emeralds from Rush. I kind of figured it was something like that because I imagined it was something centric to Blaze from that game. No Jim Carrey's in the third movie before he retires. We'll have to wait and see. But I think someone mentioned earlier that he actually has properly retired. And if he did, then that's a hell of a way to go out for his career. But I actually don't know if what their plans are for that. I imagine we'll probably have to wait 2 more years to get the third movie, so probably 2024 we'll get Sonic 3. We'll see what happens then. How old is Jim actually? I don't know. Yes, if anyone wants to look it up, you're more than welcome to. But I actually don't know the answer to that question off the top of my head. I'm not up to date on the ages of celebrities. If I were to guess how old he is, I'd say he's probably in his 60s. But I don't know exactly how old he is. 60? Oh, exactly 60? Okay.
Thank you.
He did say he enjoys playing Robotnik, so maybe he'll at least come back one last time. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. I hope so. I hope that he gets to close out the Sonic trilogy. But if not, he still went out with a bang. He still went out with a hell of a bang. Okay, that's one trial down. Now on to trial number 2.
Looks like I'm
3.
on a roll.
And then Kingdom Valley, Flame Core, Iblis, and then the last story. Carrie almost never comes back for sequels. True, but he also came out for Dumb and Dumber 2. So, you know, standards are there. Doesn't seem like 60. No, if I guessed that only because of the movies he's been in and how old he would have realistically been throughout the years. But if looking at him, he doesn't look or act like 60. He's killing it for his age. He's an absolute legend. Alright, the test of memory. Labeled as such because if you remember the order, then you don't really have to do anything.
Hey.
You do, however, have to sit through a whole lot of loading screens. Yeah, there's a reason why I cut all this out. In my walkthrough of this game, I cut all these loading screens out to make them a much more enjoyable viewing experience. But, can't do that for a live stream. So, you all are gonna have to suffer through these loading screens together with me. But at least once we get to Kingdom Valley, we'll be able to go for a little while longer without any major loading screens. Loading. You think the loading screens get up to 45 minutes? I'm sure someone out there has already made a compilation of all of those 6 loading screens. It's not going to be me. I don't know. Do I prefer the name Eggman or Robotnik? Eggman. Definitely. I know Robotnik's the original one, but I much prefer Eggman as a name. Also, on the topic of loading screens, it also depends on how much side stuff you do. If you do all the town missions, it's going to make it even longer. I don't even know how long. Like comparing just doing all the main stuff versus doing all the town stuff. And that's also, of course, factoring in minimum transit between all the different hub worlds. There's 3 hub worlds, loading into each one have to load, so a lot to consider. It'd also be nice if there was something visually interesting to look at on this loading screen. Which there's not, really. There's a map that you can't even really tell is a map of the area initially because of how poorly it's drawn. You have a brief screenshot of the background of the environment. Again, it was always the original name. They changed it to Robotnik in the American release. So when I said original one, I was referring to the American release because that's all I've ever played. I have no knowledge of the Japan release because I've never played them. So as far as I'm concerned, the original is what came out over here because that's all I have knowledge of. Anyway, this is the throw enemies and bullets back at the robot simulator. Thankfully, it's factually incorrect. That's irrelevant to what I was saying. That's completely irrelevant to what I was saying. As far as I'm concerned, it's the original because I have no knowledge of the Japan release. In much the same way that Maya's name was originally Akane, or not Maya, Emma's original name was Akane, but I had no knowledge of that for a while. So when I say her name is Emma, that's technically inaccurate because it's Akane in the Japan release. But that's not what I played, so I have no knowledge of it. Japanese versions of the games, almost none of the voice actors have changed since Adventure 1. Not unlike over here, where they constantly change. Just a perpetual fluctuation of voice quality throughout the Sonic games. Finding out Mia's name is Chihiro in the Japanese version gives you war flashbacks. Oh god, that... I don't even want to think about that. Just the game as a whole, but especially that particular chapter is just a rabbit hole. And I don't particularly feel like jumping down. Okay, we're almost there. A few more enemies. Then we're home free. There we go. Jesus. That takes a while to get through. But at least we're done now. Now we can just load back into the forest.
Hey.
And we will be on our way. Yeah, I don't know what the original... I don't know what the, original names are for any of the Ace Attorney characters.
Perfect!
So I'm useless in that regard. Every other week you get into some fandom argument about Chihiro, you don't even want to think about the character. I've done that similarly. I've gotten into many arguments. I mean, Apollo Justice as a game was the dominant thing that I discussed in comment sections for many months after up to a year after my Apollo Justice series first came out. I've just given up. Honestly, I've just given up about discussing that stuff. I mean, obviously I haven't given up because I'm working on a video and I still engage in discussions and comments from time to time. But it's always exhausting whenever it happens. So yeah, I don't blame you for feeling drained of discussing those things. Especially in the Danganronpa fandom. Engaging in the Danganronpa fandom is always a mistake. Every single time, it's always been a mistake.
You look like you're in a hurry.
So, what's going on?
Circumstances have changed. I need to rescue the princess.
Actually came up with a backstory that Eggman created Sonic in a lab. It was in the manual. Oh, I never read the manual stuff. It's hard for you not to, because you still make fan stuff of the game, and you're going to inevitably have to see them as they're a popular character. Understandable. I'm not in the position of where I'm forced to engage with that kind of stuff. There are some good Danganronpa fans out there. Oh, I'm sure there are. I'm sure buried among the sea of garbage there you'll find a couple fans that are actually pleasant to discuss with, but haven't found them. Or not many of them, I guess. Alright then. Now it's time for us to venture into Kingdom Valley. Bending open gates and stuff like that. Yeah, that's kind of ties into what I was talking about earlier. Every fan base has good fans and bad fans. There might be higher percentages of them in certain fandoms might have higher percentages than others, but you're just, it's, for the most part, you can, if you look hard enough, you can always find pockets of toxicity everywhere you go. Unfortunately. Sometimes you're glad a character isn't popular because they have less toxicity around them, such as Himiko or Leon. Yeah, it does. The more popular something gets, the more likely it is to find it dragged down by online discourse. 11037. Oh god, that was my first taste of just what I was in store for with Danganronpa. Flip the image upside down 180 degrees. Oh, thanks. Don't let the player engage in their thought process at all. just tell Makoto exactly what he has to do. Or, if you don't do that, say, we know exactly who the killer is. Right, Makoto? As Kyoko says, turning to the player character. It's just a nightmare. That was my first proper taste of the insanity Danganronpa has in store for me. Or had in store for me, rather. I'm done now. I've moved on from that, and unless they make another game, which I sure as hell hope they don't, I'm free for now. The first case already didn't work. How did Leon throw a piece of cloth across the room? Well, I mean, admittedly, the details of it are a little finicky in my head. The specifics of the Danganronpa cases have kind of been lost on me, but wasn't the idea that he threw, like, he wrapped it in a ball or something, or am I just mixing it up with something else? Did he actually just throw, like, bundle it up and throw it across the room, like it wasn't wrapped in anything? Because if so, then yeah, that's just dumb as hell. Kyoko should have been the protagonist. I think it would have worked better if she has more personal connection to the story. Yeah. I imagine what they were going for was they wanted the protagonist to be a blank slate for the player to impress themselves upon. I imagine that's what they were going for. But and then you just kind of experience the story vicariously through them. But yeah, as if you wanted the protagonist to actually be a character in the world, then Kyoko probably would have worked better. Didn't he throw his pistol to the incinerator? That's what I was thinking. Like, I was pretty sure there was an actual physical ball that he used to throw across the room. But again, the specifics of the case have kind of been lost on me over time because I've deliberately tried to block out as much Danganronpa as I possibly can. I'll never erase the stupidity of the V3 Chapter 1 because I had just spent so long discussing the idiocy behind that chapter with people, but I'm pretty sure a lot of the other stuff has kind of been lost to me. I know the general thing that happened in each case, but ugh. I've just been gradually moving on over time and blocking out more and more of Danganronpa from memory as the years go by, or I guess as the months have gone by. You did like the friendship, or the development between her friendship with Makoto? Yeah, there was that. Remember back when the series actually had decent character work? Remember that? Yeah, I remember. I remember when, back in the days where the best part of Danganronpa was character stuff, and they actually tried. Yeah, that doesn't happen anymore. You couldn't even look to the new stuff with just like, well, at least you got some characters. Nope, sure don't. You sure don't. So trying your best to make your fan games cases work as best as possible while being smart and having a good twist. Yep, a commendable effort. It is a rarity nowadays that you see writers actually taking time to have cases make logical sense, because it's really important. It sounds condescending, but it's really important for a mystery to make sense, because if the entire point is that the player has to be able to logically figure out what happened, it's kind of imperative that the story is logically coherent, or else you get Turnabout Big Top, where the player is left unable to deduce anything because it's centered around a break in reality. So yeah, it's of critical importance. But a lot of writers don't seem to care about that nowadays. Especially not the writers of the Halo show. I feel like a mystery story is one of the hardest things to write. Yeah, definitely. Because it's all the standard problems that come with writing a story on top of the fact that you also have to make it predictable, but not unpredictable and also unpredictable. It's especially in a game setting. It's very, reading up about how Shu Takumi, how his writing style differs from the writing style of the person who was in charge of Jewel of Destiny and Spirit of Justice. It was very fascinating to see how they both individually approach writing a mystery and story. for their games. You think it's okay for cases to have some things that aren't possible IRL if you're using the ultimate challenge with advantage, you have still to make it work good? So, internal consistency is what we would go for. If you establish that a character is capable of doing something, then that's fine. Like, for instance, let's say a character has the ability to levitate objects since I'm playing a Silver right now. That's fine, but you need to make sure that's consistent with the actual world that you're writing with. Like, you can have unrealistic things that happen so long as it's consistent with the story, or so long as it's consistent with the rules you've established, it's fine. It doesn't have to be a one-to-one retelling of our universe, so long as you're consistent with your own rule sets. Because that's where Danganronpa falters around constantly. If it establishes that it's a world where physics are just broken, then A, the stakes of that universe are gone, but B, that's as far as we're concerned, the physics of their world are in tune with the physics of our world, which is what makes the V3 Chapter 1 fall apart, because that shot put ball shouldn't have worked the way that they say that it did. Also, sorry if you hear me chewing. I have a sandwich that I prepared for today's stream that I'm going to eat during loading screens because I knew that this stream was going to go on longer than the last two. So sorry if you hear me chewing a bit in the background, but I'm trying to keep it as quiet as I can. True, you have to take extra care to make sure everything makes sense. You also have to have good payoffs and good plot twists. Yeah, it's just, like I said, the standard issues of writing a story, and then add on top of the complications of writing a mystery. Also, we're playing as Sonic now. For an on-rail section that lasts all of about a minute and a half, and then it's done. It's the most worthless thing in the world. For example, in a fan game, you played a character who was the ultimate soccer player, so he was able to kick a small ball with amazing accuracy for the case. Yeah, that's fine. What wouldn't work for, like, to use that example for instance, what wouldn't work is if you had a situation where that amazing soccer player suddenly wasn't able to aim accurately anymore, despite having been established as being able to aim accurately. That's kind of what we mean when it comes to internal consistency. It's just like you establish a way in which your character works or your world works, and then abandon it arbitrarily so your plot can progress. You'll never understand how, as a writer, you establish rules and then break them as you see fit. It's just laziness. It's just giving up and hoping people don't notice. I mean, you can listen to Josh Cooley just say, or I guess you can listen to Mark Nielsen say, "I don't think people would have noticed that if you didn't point it out, Josh." And then he says, "Ah, shoot. Ah, well, movie magic." Just the standard nonsense that comes with the territory of awful writing. I guess it's really easy to get carried away. Well, I mean, I don't know if I put it that way. I think they're usually conscious of what they've done. They just throw caution to the wind and say that, well, people won't care, so whatever. That's usually what happens there. No more gameplay of Sonic. Yeah, that was it. We get to play as Sonic in the last story, but only as Super Sonic. That's the last of actual proper adventure-style gameplay as Sonic. Also, those almost didn't break the tower, which would have been the big sad. Those almost did not break the tower. Okay, give me bullets, robots. You're back. Welcome back to stream, Falcon Heavy. We are talking about consistent writing standards right now, because the subject of Danganronpa was brought up. And now we're discussing why it's important to keep a story consistent. It's okay to have some levels in your story, but there's a limit. Well, I would just strive for making your story as consistent as possible. I would phrase it as it's understandable that you're probably going to miss something in your story, but it depends on the severity of them. It depends on how serious of a break in logic they are. Because you can only have one plot hole, but if it's a really bad one, then it can break your whole story. So, and then if you have... can I grab the eagle? Thank you. There can also be a case of death by 1,000 tiny cuts kind of thing. So it's entirely situational as to how much they are, how plentiful and how serious they are. Quality and quantity are important in terms of discussing how consistent the story is and how well it's written. I wouldn't necessarily ascribe to the standard of it's okay to have some. It's definitely situational. And is that a win? Okay, there we go. Kingdom Valley is cleared. One more level to go and then we're home free. And that's an easy S rank.
Perfect!
Silver probably has the easiest S rank out of the three, or the easiest Kingdom Valley S rank rather, because Shadow has a couple jank jumps and Sonic has his... the fact that time bonus gets you nowhere, and it's easy to die in a couple instances. And the mock speed section, if you mess up, can screw you over. Yeah, and if you break the rules, like you just said, Marie, if you break the rules too much, and you can just take all 6 out of a story, which is also really bad. Because the stakes are determined by the rules. If you have no rules, you have no stakes. Do you think it's possible to write a story with no plot whatsoever? Absolutely. Of course you can. You absolutely can. There's no reason why you can't do that. It is theoretically possible to write a story with no holes. You take any story with plot holes, if you can there is always a way to rewrite things to where those aren't a problem. And if it's possible to do that, then it's possible to have written it without them in the first place.
We'll be able to save her.
I understand.
Chaos control!
Silver!
Does Ace Attorney Trilogy count?
I could handle this myself.
Do you mean it's a story with no plot holes, or it's a story with
somewhere to go, right?
a story with a few holes that don't impact the story?
I'll make sure.
Because it's definitely not the former, but it's certainly the latter. There are problems with the original trilogy, but nothing that majorly impacts the overarching narrative.
Thank you, Silver.
Yeah. Just save her.
Time for the worst stage of Silver, probably in the whole game, honestly. I was going to say of Silver story, probably the whole game. Does Sonic 2 count? Absolutely. I mean, it's still, there's still enough to knock the story down to a 6 out of 10, because there's 2 major scenes that are problematic. But there's also minor things throughout the story that don't significantly negatively impact it. In fact, I'll give you one from Toy Story 2. In Toy Story 2, it makes no sense at the end of the movie for them to watch an advertisement from Al for Al's Toy Barn, because he just landed in Japan and could not have recorded that commercial when he landed, because he would have had to fly home to record the commercial. They shouldn't have a reason to be able to see that commercial, but it's there so that you can see him get his comeuppance before the end of the movie. That makes no sense, but it's such a small thing that it doesn't really impact the whole overarching plot at all. Whereas the first Toy Story movie has a couple major contrivances that really annoy me. Like the fact that at the gas station, they only get left behind because Andy's mom says, "I'm gonna pump the gas," and then they don't do that. So they're not at the gas station for when they need to have their fight, and they leave immediately without actually doing the thing they came to the gas station for in the first place. So, in case anyone ever said that, or anyone ever implied, or if I ever implied, that I thought the first 2 movies were flawless. I don't, and they're not. They have their flaws, but their positives significantly outweigh their flaws. The first movie is definitely the weakest of the trilogy because it has the most amount of significant contrivance and flaws, but the second and third movies are still exceptionally well-written films, especially in terms of characters, even in spite of their occasional logical failings. Whereas in Toy Story 4, nothing about that film works to even a minor degree. It's fundamentally broken in terms of every aspect of filmmaking, which is the difference between the two. So, yeah, it's definitely possible to write a really great story with a few holes in it. It's been done many times before.
Get out of my way! It's unstable with lava. It's probably because of him.
Can't wait to die a million times on this level. And again, I also have 22 lives, so I think I'll be fine. I have no fear of dying. If we're talking about Toy Story as a whole, there's definitely a lot of instances where the toy should have been seen by the humans. I wouldn't push it that far. They do a really good job of staying hidden in the first 3 movies. There's if you can provide an example, I'm open to it, but they take extra care to make sure they can't be seen by humans. Like, they take deliberate steps to avoid that. And they take no such steps in Toy Story 4. Objectively speaking, there's no such thing as a perfect movie. Maybe not on the planet right now, but it's theoretically possible for it to exist. There's nothing stopping the movie from being perfect in its writing. In Toy Story 3, when Woody used the paraglider to escape Sunnyside, so all the kids are distracted by playing on the playground, and the adults are focused on watching the kids. And even if one of them happened to look up into the sky and see that, there's no reason why they would have suspected that's not just that's not just someone else's toy that's flying through. No adult would be focusing on the sky, and no kid would even notice it. And even if they did, they wouldn't think anything of it. Hell, even if an adult saw that happen, I'm not even sure they would have thought anything was amiss. They might have thought that was weird, but it's not. Like, if they saw a toy moving in front of their very eyes, that would obviously be concerning. But just seeing a paraglider soaring over Sunnyside, they can't really do much with that information, nor I don't even think they would think everything was amiss. Like, if I looked up, and it's not like Woody's dancing around up there. So, if I was one of the daycare workers and I looked up and saw that and happened to see that, I probably would just, I don't know what I would think, but it wouldn't be anything that would make me change my entire understanding of the world I lived in. Harmony is the best character in Toy Story 4 because she threw Gabby Gabby in the trash the moment she picked her up. Yep, she's definitely commendable for that. But she also seems to show no care for any of her toys, so, eh. The car with the top window on the passenger seat. Gonna be honest, I don't actually know what you're referring to. But it does you do make me think of when Molly sees Woody and Buzz in the passenger and in the rear view mirror, or the side mirror on the car. But of course, obviously, as a baby, she can't really do much with that information. Toy Story 1. Yeah, I still need more than that. I would need a specific reference of what you're referring to in that movie. Where they land. I'm assuming you're talking about when they land in the car. Like, after they soar through the air and they land in Andy's van. Otherwise, I have no idea what you're referring to. It's a bit convenient. Do you mean it's convenient that the window's open? Because if so, I mean, it's convenient that it's open, certainly. But, I mean, it's not unreasonable for a family to have their car open. But yeah, Toy Story, the first movie, certainly has the most amount of conveniences. The bigger one, like I said, is just the fact that they don't leave. Or that they leave as soon as they get to the gas station. When the entire point there was, like, Andy says, "Can I help pump the gas?" And then her mom's like, "Sure, I'll let you drive." But then they don't pump the gas. That's the biggest point. That's my biggest sticking point in the movie. I hadn't even really considered the fact that the window's open. But even then, like, if the window wasn't open, they still I'm pretty sure they probably still could have descended. Like, if they just flown for a little while longer, they could have just. I mean, I don't know how long they would have been able to hold on to the car, but that was Woody's original plan, was just to hold on to the back of the car the whole time. There are other ways they could have rid home after that. The rocket was strapped with tape, but how did the match not fly off? Because the way they're flying, if they had been launched backwards, it would have flown out because the way the wind was blowing, it would have blown against the way the match was placed. But because they were the direction they were moving is helping to keep the match back planted in place. It's basically like, kind of like if you're in a car. If you drive forward, then obviously you're pinning into the back of the seat. But if you were to suddenly stop and you weren't wearing a seatbelt, you would be flung forward in much the same way that if they stopped suddenly, or if they were flown in reverse, the match would have come flying out. But because they were going forward the whole time, I can see why the match would have stayed in there. What you missed, we're just talking about Toy Story and potential problems with the original trilogy. The van teleporting between cuts and not crushing Woody's head. Certainly. That would have been less of a problem were it not for Toy Story 4 establishing that apparently just stepping on his head with a damn it. That apparently just stepping on his head with a shoe is enough to bend it inward. But oh well. Because if he's that vulnerable to damage, then that wheel should have just destroyed him. But unfortunately, we're not gonna have to. That's gonna. How did no one notice the firework? I'm assuming you mean the fact that they took off into the sky, which again, if I saw that if I were driving on that road and I saw that RC car flying by, I would have just assumed that some kids were up to some really crazy stuff, and that they actually strapped it, because that's something that a child could have done, is strapped a rocket to the back of the car and then just drove it down the road. And then when it launched into the sky, I would have just been like, well, that's insane. That kid's gonna be really sad when they find out that toy just got launched into the stratosphere. But I wouldn't have been able to really do much about it because I would have been driving and focusing on the road ahead. So that's not really instances of a human work that could have been seen and destroyed that. The bigger issue with fireworks is in Toy Story 4. The firework blew up after Buzz cut the tape with his wings. So we don't see what happens after that. Like we don't see anything in regards to that. We don't see anyone that's around the area to witness the fireworks. So as far as we're concerned, they could have seen that. But also, whether or not someone saw the firework, it doesn't really change anything. Because that doesn't really impact the way the rest of the movie plays out. But the bigger issue with fireworks is Toy Story 4, where no one at the carnival looks up to see the fireworks and in turn see Duke, Kaboom, and everyone else ziplining across. Because if someone actually sees the fireworks, then they see the toys sliding across the carnival. But if someone sees the rocket blow up, that doesn't really change much about how... Actually, no, it changes nothing about how the rest of the story plays out. But yeah, there's a couple issues with... The first one has the most amount of issues out of the 3 movies. There's very few in the second and third. Actually, it's probably next to none in the third. But even with all... everything that... Every problem that those movies have is... has next to no significance to the overarching plot. Which is why they're still able to reach the high scores that they have. Will they not see Woody and Buzz flying? So A, given the fact that everyone in that area is currently in their cars driving, they probably can't actually see them flying. But even if they don't, again, there are flying toys that exist. I wouldn't... like, if you see a toy actually jumping around in front of you, that's obviously going to be concerning. But if I'm in my car, and I see the... Like, let's say, hypothetically, I'm in my car and I see those... The toys fly low enough for me to be able to see them out of any of my windows. A, there's not much I can do about that. And B, if I didn't, even if I thought, like, if I thought something was weird, I can't do much about it. And I don't even think I would think it was weird, because I probably would have just assumed it was someone's toy that they sent flying, like a remote control glider toy. What you missed us. Currently, we're talking about Toy Story and the potential problems with them. When Buzz yelled to infinity and beyond right before jumping off the stairs, had no one hear that? Toy's voice will be significantly dampened, or of a much lower volume than anyone else's voice. But also, Sid's toys. There could have been anything that could have been one of Sid's toys. Could have been. Oh no! Damn it! That's a death. That's a death. But so, I believe in that point in the movie, Sid's downstairs eating breakfast. I don't. Is Hannah down there as well? Didn't someone hear something fall? Well, yeah, because if you drop a toy from the top of the stairs, that's gonna make a loud noise, especially because his arm broke. That's different from hearing someone's voice. But also, actually, I don't think they did. Actually, thinking about it, she didn't even hear that. She didn't even hear Buzz fall. She was just walking, trying to find Mom, asking if she walks around, asking if she's seen her Sally doll. She doesn't even hear Buzz fall. She just steps on Buzz and discovers that. So if she didn't hear Buzz fall, then she definitely wouldn't have heard him say the voice line. He was on a different... No one's on that top floor. I just ran through all the positions in my head. Sid and the mom are downstairs eating breakfast, and then Hannah would have also been down there as well, because she was walking around downstairs at the time, as we see when later she steps on Buzz when she says, "Mom, have you seen my Sally doll?" So no one would have heard that. And I need to take these steps very carefully. They could just think it was someone playing with a toy and playing voice line. You could say that, but I don't even think she would have heard it in the first place, because they weren't even on the same floor. So they were distracted by having breakfast. But yes, if you think they could have heard them, then there's no reason why she would have suspected it wasn't just the pre-recorded voice line, given that "To Infinity and Beyond" is Buzz's main catchphrase. The scene that Buzz realizes that he's a toy is so well done. Yeah, there's a reason why I picked that scene to praise, because it's so well what? Pretty sure that ring was already gone, game. Pretty sure that ring was already gone when it hit me there, game. But it's fine. It's fine. We made it through. But yeah, there's a reason I praised that scene, because it is just a master class in character writing, and it's so contradictory to how Fork Face is portrayed in Toy Story 4 that it just felt like an apt comparison. Graphics are dated, but expressions and writing is timeless. Yeah, it's not very visually impressive in terms of the aesthetics and the visual fidelity, but the animation is solid, and of course writing is timeless. That's what I mentioned in my series. The graphics will always be outdated in time, but the writing of the story will always be timeless. Do you think it looks good? Yeah, it looks better than some things that came out during that time period. It's really just, it's not even, most of the stuff actually holds up rather well in terms of the toys themselves. It's just the humans. The humans look really, 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 really off in that movie.
This time I'll finally stop you.
That's really the only thing that doesn't hold up all that well, so I'm gonna take a drink before this boss fight gets underway. Am I still planning to make the video of praising Toy Story 3? Probably at some point. But I'm gunning for the Halo show first. I didn't want to have to do it, but the Halo show has infuriated me beyond belief. I can't let that shit slide. The amount of praise for this awful show I've seen online, in conjunction with Pablo Schreiber, ripping into not ripping into that's an exaggeration, condescending to fans for criticizing the show, and hiding behind the "it's all his opinion." By the way, I didn't mention this. For those of you who saw my Discord server yesterday, that Pablo Schreiber said it's not wrong, it's just his opinion. And someone said that Chief has no development in the games. Someone else said, you're wrong, he does. And then Pablo Schreiber replied to that person saying, it's just his opinion, he's not wrong. You'll notice, he doesn't say that to anybody who he disagrees with. Or sorry, to anybody who he agrees with. They'll never say that. You never hear anybody say, well, to those of you who hate the show, remember that for those of you to the people who like the show, it's just their opinion. You never hear him say that. They'll only ever say it whenever they meet an opposing position that they can't counter. Because if he actually engaged in conversation, if he were actually to engage with anybody who knew these games, even just moderately well, or if he Here's a wild idea. If he played the games himself, I know, shocker. What an insane concept. Then he would have been able to see that Chief has incredible development in the games without having to take off his helmet. But it's so much easier to just say, well, it's just his opinion, and then just hide behind that forever. God, I hate Pablo Schreiber so much. I hate him. I didn't hate him. My original plan was to open my Halo series by saying, look, Pablo Schreiber is a great actor. I respect him a lot. I wish him the best in life. He's really great, but he's a shit Master Chief. Not anymore. Nuh-uh. I'm not giving him any of that respect anymore. He's lost it. He lost any respect he had. It's evaporated. The way he treats fans is inexcusable. Utterly inexcusable. You don't have to like the fact that people hate your shitty show, but at least show some damn respect for the people who gave you the chance to do this in the first place, because were it not for fans, were it not for the fact that fans love the Halo series, you never would have got the chance to do this in the first place, you ingrateful little shithead.
He's going to try to destroy the foothold from a distance this time.
Can you tell I hate Pablo Schreiber and the Halo show and everything about it? Can you tell that? Because I hate it. A lot, actually. I fucking despise this TV show. And have zero respect for the people who make it. Or at least specifically for Pablo Schreiber. It's unfortunate. Given how well he's acted in the past. Alright. I should only be getting a few more hits here. And then we'll be good to go. Just give me some more meteorites to chuck your way and we'll be good. Just a few more meteorites and I'll be on my way. Anytime now, buddy. Anytime now. Oh wait, I think I have to do the head thing first, actually. I think I have to, yeah, here comes the head. I have to psychokinesis his head. I'm pretty sure one more asteroid will be enough. Okay, maybe two more. There we go, okay. That's it. That's Silver's story done. In about 3 hours, which I think is about the same time it took me to do the other two stories. How does that work? How does what work? You think Toy Story 3 is better animation than Toy Story 4? Maybe. I don't know. I need to compare the two in depth to give a better answer on that. I think Pixar's always nailed it when it comes to the actual animation of its characters. Psychokinesis head and hurt him? Oh, I have no idea. I guess it's like in Infinity War when Mantis puts Thanos in a mind lock or whatever. I guess it's something like that. I don't know. I can't explain the logic of Sonic 06's story. Is there anyone on this planet that can actually explain? Like, if you ask the people who wrote this game what the story actually is, do you think they could tell you? Because I don't think they could. I don't think if you asked the people who wrote this game what the hell happens in their story, I genuinely don't think they could tell you. I don't think they would have any idea.
Why won't it accept me as the vessel?
It does a better job at expressing the characters and their emotions. The incinerator scene, for example, the animation is so good there. Yeah, the subtleties of their facial features is great.
Don't worry.
But,
My soul is
I don't know, I think they still did a pretty good job, animation-wise, of selling you on the expressions of their faces in the, like, for instance, in the final scene. Hell, you know what, I'll even praise Gabby Gabby's big scene. The scene where Woody's emotionally manipulated by Gabby Gabby. I hate that scene, but there are a lot of nuances in Woody's facial features, and you can kind of see him start to get less and less tense as the scene goes on. So, it's awfully written, but the animators still do, you know, they still knock it out of the ballpark in terms of their... If there's one thing Pixar does exceptionally well every time, they kill it when it comes to their animation. Even if the stories are shit. Even I don't know. Even Turning Red, I think, had some pretty good animation.
I've always liked that about you.
They brought this character back only for a pseudo-death scene. Yeah, like I said, they retconned her story and then unretconned her afterwards. Just to get her back into the dimension she needs to be in.
Good luck, Silver.
Only to then call that whole thing into question anyway because of how this game ends. It just makes you go, what happened here? You can explain the story of the game in 2 sentences. Magic bullshit. I suppose so. How did you end up here anyway? You were asking the wrong person. You're talking to the one of like 3 people in the world who enjoys this game. And I can't explain to you what the hell happened in the story. Turning Red is good character animations, while the rest of the visuals are questionable. Yeah, the overall art style I can't say I'm a fan of, but the animation of its characters is still good, which I think is what Pixar is always really excelled at. Decent song. Oh, I don't know. This is always been one of my favorites in the Sonic. I saw this was ranked towards your mid-tier on the list, but I've always really loved this song. Dreams of an Absolution. I always really liked Dreams of an Absolution. In fact, I think it's probably my favorite song of the 3 character themes in this game. Or at least rather, comparing, because the way the credits work is it plays Sweet, 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 All Hail Shadow, or Dreams of an Absolution, or My Destiny, followed by His World. Of those 3 songs, this is my favorite. It's probably this, All Hail Shadow, Sweet, Sweet, Sweet. And the version of His World that they play is not the one you should listen to. Mid-tier and Sonic songs still great, true, but I would even I'd probably put this in my A tier, honestly. It just sucks that it's attached to the worst story of the 3, because it's a really great song. I don't wanna go quiet for too long in case copyright censors strike my video down, but I just want to listen to it. It's great. Also, I don't know if they timed that, but the way Amy shakes her head in that scene is in tune with the beats of the song. I have to feel like they did that accidentally, because I don't think they would have taken the time to actually sync that. Because with my videos, I like to sync what happens with the music in my commentary, with the visuals, almost down to the nanosecond. And I honestly, I don't even know if most people notice that I do that. But I think subconsciously you still notice when something is timed with the music and visuals. Although I like how the credits go over the cutscenes. Like the text overlaps. It's gonna happen again here. The text doesn't stop at the border of the box where the cutscene plays. It just goes over it. Yeah, this song is just an absolute banger. Is this really cheap for a credit screen? Yeah, it's just basically looping the cutscenes from the story while an awesome song plays in the background, and then you have the standard just text going by. Would I rather the credits being obscured? No, I think I'd just rather the credits are like the text box for the credits that scroll is blocked off at the border of the cutscene start point, so that it just loops vertically instead of crossing over horizontally. Part of the song is reminiscent of Green Hill Zone. I guess I can kind of hear that, sorta. Better than just a black screen with credits. It'll become that soon, don't you worry. Once Streams of an Absolution is over, you'll get to see it just becomes a black screen with credits. But we're not done, everyone, just so you know. We're not done with the game. The credits are rolling, but we're going to play the last story after this, so we're not done yet. And who knows about our future? Oh yeah, I guess, who knows about our future? Yeah, I guess that kind of does fit. Silver deserved better? Yes, he did. But at least he got the best song of the three. Because his competition is All Hail Shadow and then Sweet... I didn't actually... Gone like, where was Sweet, Sweet, Sweet placed in your rankings, if you remember that song? Or, because I didn't see that one at a quick glance. It wasn't? Oh, okay. Because I would probably rank that at the bottom of these three main character themes. Wasn't the template? Ah, I see. You like 06 All Hail Shadow? I do too. I think that was towards the bottom of your tier list, but I actually really like listening to All Hail Shadow. What I'm not a fan of is this instrumentally, this version of His World is great, but then the lyrics kick in. And you just wish you were listening to the Zebrahead version instead. Like, just the instrumental version of this is great. But as soon as the lyrics start playing, you wish you were listening to Zebrahead instead. All Hail Shadow from Shadow the Hedgehog significantly worse. Oh, I haven't listened to that one. That one might earn its position at the bottom of the list, but I only know All Hail Shadow from this game. And I also know Nameless the Battle's version of it as well, which I think is better than both combined. Well, I say both, I haven't listened to the original. I think it's better than this version. Oh, it's All Shadows Esther. Oh, okay. Because I was confused. When I saw it, I was like, really? I feel like it deserves to be higher than that. But I didn't realize you were talking about the Shadow version. Yeah, I've never listened to that one. Never listened to the original Shadow the Hedgehog version. Did you say your favorite Shadow theme is Throw It All Away? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Mistakes have been made here today. Would I rather play Secret Rings or Adventure 2? Secret Rings. It takes longer, but at least it's not painful. It's less painful. They didn't even bother to center the credits after the cutscene ends. Yeah, they didn't bother. They did, however, make it go across the whole screen here. Oh, my screen is faded to black. I guess I haven't touched the controller in a while. But yeah, they didn't bother to center the credits after this, after the cutscenes ended. Objectively wrong opinion. Yes, so just so you know, I listened to Throw It All Away yesterday, and I felt like my ears were being murdered live in front of my very own eyes. Throw it all away into the trash. I don't know what it is about that song, but it was just a failure. If you enjoy listening to it, that's totally fine. You can enjoy listening to songs. Yeah, personal taste. Yeah, we don't want to beat you up for liking a song. That's totally it's totally fine if you enjoy listening to it. It's just that I felt like my ears were murdered when I listened to it. Anyway, it is last story time. Here we go indeed. First we have about 17 minutes of cutscenes. Punctuated by everyone's favorite, loading screens! Every cutscene has to load. It's great. I love it so much. I should probably turn the audio up a little bit for the song, but I'm gonna turn it back down now for the main game. Okay. Now the part where Mephiles does something no other character has ever done. Maybe enforces, but I don't know. Who disturbs my slumber? And now he's dead. You know, it kind of makes you wonder why the fuck did Elise's scream sound effect just not play? Did my audio glitch, or did Elise just not scream there?
Sonic! Sonic!
Because she's supposed to scream after Mephiles kills Sonic. But also, kind of makes you wonder, why exactly? She didn't. Okay, I'm glad I'm not going crazy. It did play. I just didn't hear it. Oh, okay. I guess I was just talking over it. Yeah, it makes you wonder, why didn't Mephiles just do this to begin with? Why did he even need to fuck around with Silver when he could have just done this from square one and ended the game immediately?
No. No!
And this is the only time she's ever cried in her entire life, I guess. Which I don't buy for even a split second.
Finally, the seal is broken. At long last, I'll be able to join with you.
Yeah, she cries when Sonic dies, but not when her father dies. Also, we don't even see her cry. We just have to assume that she does. In fairness, we might be able to chalk up the fact that she doesn't cry to the game's awful animations and character models. They might have just not animated tears. But I think the bigger issue is the fact that she just cried when Edgy the Blue Hedgehog died, but not when she found out her father died. Also, again, like we mentioned earlier, when she was after they got her out of the laboratory, no one was around. Silver just left her by herself, and she was unconscious when they said that you can't cry. So no one told her she can't cry, and no one told her father. No one was with her when she was found out her father died. No way in hell she didn't cry when her father died. I don't believe you. She was a child when that happened. I don't believe you. Now, random pre-rendered cutscene, I guess. How did you get all those Chaos Emeralds? How did that happen? How did you get them? Through what means did you acquire all those emeralds? As someone just mentioned in chat, you know what my reaction is to this insanity that's unfolding in front of your very eyes? Would you like to know? Well, let me wait for a loading screen so I can do it without any audio. My reaction to this last story is...
What? What are you talking about?
Because none of this makes any sense at all. I really need to get more hotkeys for that stuff. I should get one for Aladdin saying no.
What is this? Where are we? What's going on?
He can just teleport the emeralds, I guess. Which again makes you wonder why he didn't just do that in the first place.
Has disappeared.
This game is so well written.
What are you doing?
Alright, I think this is gonna be my last chance to run to the restroom before End of the World starts and I have to engage gamer mode to beat the game, so I will be back in just 1 second. I will let you all experience this masterful plot while I am gone.
Iblis's seal has been broken. Due to Mephilus's manipulation.
Sonic? No. You don't think...
Sonic!
Mephiles played us all for fools. His plan all along was to cause the princess to be so consumed with despair that she'd cry.
So that's why he wanted me to kill Sonic before. Solaris!
This creature will consume all existing timelines, and time itself will collapse and disappear into nothingness.
The instability of time caused this time-space rift.
It won't remain for much longer.
We've no time to waste! We've got to defeat it now!
No, it is a transcendent life form that exists in the past, present, and future. Defeating it here, now, would do nothing.
No, I won't give up. There has to be a way.
I've returned. Did you all enjoy this really great writing while I was gone?
Present and future? I'll destroy them all at once.
Certainly. It might have been possible.
Welcome to the stream, Trigger Trick. I think you appear while I was AFK, but yeah, this is some great writing right here. Oh, but you see, it doesn't need it make sense. It's only a children's game. Kill me. Also, how did he know? Yeah, how does he know? How does anyone know anything? Oh, they said the word. Oh yeah, I missed it when he said the word.
In the wind. I don't think he's dead yet.
She feels Sonic's presence in the wind. She doesn't think she's dead. Just check for a pulse. How do you?
Of course. Let's call him back with the power of the Chaos Emerald.
Please don't ask me how this makes any sense, because I'm not going to be able to give you an answer.
Focus your thoughts on using its power to perform this miracle.
This is some very bad writing. Sure is.
You can do it, Princess.
I can?
You were the vessel that was used to seal Iblis. You should be able to use the gem's power to rescue Sonic's soul.
I'll do it.
I don't understand how that even makes any sense. You were used to seal Iblis, therefore you can use Chaos Symbols to revive people. Oh no, oh no, 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 no! Zoom and enhance into the eye! Oh my god.
To collect them all in time, we'll have to split up. I'll go too. Because it's for Sonic. So Elise, watch over him.
I like how the whole world currently looks like it's just in maximum... Also, look, Knuckles forgot which direction to go. But also, how do they even know where to go? The whole world is falling apart around them, and it's just a purple void, but I guess the levels themselves are still perfectly intact, and also, how do they even get them from where they're currently standing? Ah! This makes no goddamn sense. For Sonic, not for the world. Damn it, Amy. Pain. Yes, just maximum pain. I don't understand this game. Alright, let's play. You understand we're testing entertainment above logic? I don't necessarily think there has to be a distinction between the two. I think that's a false binary. I think you can have plentiful entertainment even while maintaining logic consistent. But yeah, even this isn't even doing that. It's just boring as shit. What's happening to the script? No, the script was already broken a long time ago. It's just somehow gotten even worse. Anyway, it's a level gauntlet, everybody. It's a gauntlet, level gauntlet. Plays levels, all in a row. Plays the characters, all in tow. Give me a 1-up. I'm probably gonna need it. Don't hit the balls or else they'll kill you. Oh yeah, by the way, you see those giant purple balls? They will kill you if you touch them, and you don't get a second chance at that. So, watch out for them, and touch the statues. Touch the statues to make the purple balls of doom go away. Or whatever, I don't know. Anyway, give me rings, give me a 1-up, and give me the Chaos Emerald. Cool. You still prefer Sonic to enter 2's Gauntlet? I sure as hell don't. I definitely don't. But, I mean, I guess at that point it might be splitting hairs. I don't know. I really had a miserable time with that garbage. Whereas at least this one I can somewhat enjoy. Also, there's plenty of chances for 1-ups. So, whereas I didn't find any chances for that in that game. Game's perfect. Oh, I've never said the game is perfect. I've never said this game is perfect. I've just said it's significantly better than people give it credit for. It's probably... my score is probably a 5 or a 6 overall. It's just... But the average consensus of people is that it's a -5, so... You know. It's just... it's an experience. Alright, open up the door. I also don't like this really annoying color tint that cakes the levels whenever the goddamn the purple balls pop in. Do I prefer Sonic Adventure 1 to this game? I prefer this game easily. I'd much rather play this than Adventure 1, but that's not because Sonic Adventure 1 is bad, it's just because I like playing this more than Adventure 1. Adventure 1 is still a perfectly fine game. And I've come to like it a lot more since playing Adventure 2. Still much rather do this than BioLizard, or because it's much worse than Solaris. Yes, but I still don't... I still had much less problem with BioLizard than you did. I mean, I still had problems with it, but not the ones you had. And I guess I just got lucky, I don't know. But I would also rather do Solaris than this, certainly. Purple balls equal big die. Yes. Purple ball equals the big die. Oh, also they pull you into the purple balls. So that's also something. BioLizard admittedly has a cool design. I could vaguely draw him. I like Solaris' design more than BioLizard's. I think it looks pretty damn cool. Okay, now it's time for Knuckles. That was a voice crack. I currently have 9 lives, so I think I'll be, even if I die, I think I'll be more than okay. I'm just gonna hit this statue, because I don't trust myself. Better safe than sorry. And give it a little bit more height here. That should be enough for me to make it. Nope, don't trust it. Don't trust that. Give me the emerald. Cool. Alright, that's 3 down, 4 to go. We should be able to clear out this game before the hour's up. By 3 p.m. we should be able to get through this, I think. Maybe. I don't know. Depends on how long I take on Solaris, because End of the World should be fine. You're pretty sure that yellow... You're pretty sure that yellow insta-kill water is Bilizard's pee? I'm gonna pretend I didn't read that. And I will keep moving on with my life. But speaking of sand, again, this sand instantly kills you if you touch it because it's quicksand. But in Silver's story a couple hours ago, remember Silver and Amy were just kind of chilling on top of the sand without a care in the world. So that's nice, I guess. I don't know. Okay, maximum abuse of Silver's mechanic. Go, go, go. Okay, we made it. Alright, this is where we lag the game to hell. Watch this, ready? Okay, step 1, Psycho Shock all the enemies. Step 2, grab them all. Step 3, mash the X button. Look at that frame lag. Just kills the game's frame rate. Okay, now we make our way around the purple balls. Get me away, thank you. Keep going. Keep going. Go. Nope. Careful. Super safe. Super safe. You can't touch me. Go. Thank you. Keep going. Yeah, the teleport dash thing is very, very helpful. Unlocking the Heart of Wind is essential for getting through this. This might be a problem. This is gonna be a problem. Go. Go. Quickly. Dodge the things. Got it. Okay, there we go. That's probably the hardest part. If I can just get up, if I can just get to the top of this next section, we'll be okay. Probably wasting too much time. Keep going. Skip the platform. Jump up here. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Okay, we made it. I was fast enough. Cool. I was fast enough to get around it. And now we just go ahead and float over to the Chaos Emerald. There we go. Nice and easy. So that was probably the hardest one. Now we just got to get through Amy. Rouge, Amy, and Shadow. We got to get through. If we get through those 3, we'll be okay. Which Rouge is easy. Amy is annoying, and Shadow should be fine. Because with Rouge, you just float. You just climb to the top of one of these rocks, jump off, and then soar away. I don't think you can reach the beach from just one of them, but you just need to keep resetting your height for each jump you take. And this should be enough to get you to the end. Land on the roof. Thank you very much. Shadow's much worse. Oh, I don't know. I have a pretty good time with Shadow. I have a pretty easy time with Shadow's section. Okay, this is the one that might kill me. Speaking of lemonade, that's what I'm drinking right now. It's delicious. You should try some. Not sponsored, by the way. If I can make it through Amy's section, we'll make it through first try.
Sonic.
The problem is that Amy sucks to play as, so might be a problem. Break the rocks. I said break the rocks. Thank you. Her abysmal speed and the fact that oh my god, game, what the hell? Oh, okay, I think we might be dead. I can't reach that. There's a statue up there, but if I try to jump, it's probably gonna pull me into the ball. Okay, we're going statueless. We're going without a statue. There's a statue up on the ledge behind me, but there was a purple ball blocking my path, so I might have to go without a statue in this one. This is gonna be annoying. This might be a dead. I don't know if I can do this. No. Nope. You can't get me. Stop. You can't get me. I shouldn't have jumped. Just drop below the ledge. Oh, thank you. Okay. No, damn it. No. No, no, damn it. Okay, well, we're not gonna do it first try. I just didn't play well there at all. I made a lot of dumb mistakes. Alright. We can do it this time. Which lemonade? Minute Maid lemonade. See, Amy's intended to be annoying because her entire character is annoying, so they wanted to match her gameplay with her character. Ah, yes, that's my favorite justification. See, it makes sense for the story that this game is that this section is garbage to play. She touches it and collapses instantly and gets sucked in. Yeah, it's... The thing is, I almost did that. I almost made it through. It was just that I didn't hit either of the statues. But yeah, the fact... Because whether or not you have rings, it doesn't even matter. One shot and you're dead. Although, honestly, even if you didn't... Even if it wasn't an insta-kill, the fact that it sucks you in makes it basically impossible to get out of. It's like a black hole. Once you pass the event horizon, you're getting sucked in and you're dying immediately. Nothing you can do to change that. That's why you gotta hit all those statues. Also, I don't even know why I'm bothering to kill these enemies. Excuse me, game? Thank you. My S rank's gone. There's no... The only way you get an S rank on this mission is if you do it all first try, and even then, you gotta be lightning fast, get a lot of rings, and get a lot of points from killing enemies. Okay, well, that was the hardest part, so now we just gotta get through a Shadow section. And Shadow's easy, so we should be okay. You only had eliminated once in your life? Sorry, I guess it's not your thing. But I definitely very much enjoy it. Do I ever consider doing sponsored when I get the offers? Not really, honestly. I just don't. It just feels so fake whenever a YouTuber gets a sponsorship. It never feels like they actually do it because they care about the product in question. Especially because it's always the exact same product every time. Like, here's the thing. This is gonna sound like a meme, but I'm not kidding you. I did actually use Squarespace to make my website because I saw it advertised in one of the Game Theory videos. But I used that before I realized just how much of a meme it is because it just keeps getting shown up in every single goddamn every single YouTuber you can find usually has a Squarespace ad of some kind. So it makes it a little frustrating. Just like, I just don't believe that YouTubers do it out of the kindness of their hearts. They do it because... Oh. That's a problem. That is a problem. Hey, boxes, can you get out of the way, please? Boxes. Boxes. Get out of... Boxes, get out of the way, please. Thank you. Oh, and now there's a ball in the way? Okay. This is gonna be close. This is gonna be really close. Okay, hold on. Okay, we made it around it. Cool. We made it around the ball. There we go. We're okay. We did it. We're fine. We live. But yeah, it seems like most YouTubers do it just because, you know, it's easy money to be made, not because they actually... Oh my god, what the hell happened there? Not because they actually have passion for the product they're reviewing, so... I just feel like if I ever took sponsors, it would feel very fake. Especially whenever they say, this video would not have been possible without this person. Like, I don't believe you. You could have made this video easily without this product in question. I don't... You are telling me the lie when you say this video would not have been possible without them. You started watching a few days ago and you love my videos. You subscribe right away. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy my content. And hopefully I can keep providing stuff you're interested in moving forward.
Emeralds, gems of miracles.
Alright, here it is, everybody. Here it is. It's the big moment.
I wish to save this world.
The moment you've all been waiting for.
I wish to cleanse my father's sin.
And you shall cleanse your father's sin by doing... by committing borderline bestiality. Great. Here we go.
You have given me so many things.
And now I shall give you something in return.
Now it is my time to return the favor.
Bring it on.
I care not what happens to me, but please heed my voice.
The music is so good, but it's cursed. Yeah, it's cursed music.
So, come back to me.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Nor. 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 Why? Why? Who decided to do that? Why did they had to pitch that, storyboard, write, model, animate, voice that? No one, no. How does it make any sense in the first place? I don't have any idea. I don't have any clue how this makes any sense. Alright. Better question. How is Sonic able to give the supersonic power to Shadow and Silver? And why don't you give it to Tails and Knuckles, well? Since both Tails and Knuckles have existing super forms? Maybe, can you do that for me? Alright, I guess not. Okay, bye, see you later. Also, Eggman said that defeating him here and now would do nothing. I guess going supersonic gives him the ability to defeat him in the here and then and past. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Let's go. Let's here we go. Final boss of the game, everybody. This is the final boss of Sonic 06. We're doing it. We're ready.
That body of light is the sign of a super-dimensional life form. Standard attacks won't.
Their super forms are locked behind the Super Emeralds. Given all the stuff that Sega has retconned, I think it's time to retcon that so that we can let Tails and Knuckles go supersonic again with just the Chaos Emeralds. Especially since I don't even seem to have acknowledged the existence of the Super Emeralds since Sonic 3 and Knuckles, so I say we retcon that and just let them go super with the Chaos Emeralds. But hey, what do I know? Okay, have I mentioned that throwing the purple spiky balls at Solaris sucks? Because trying to throw them you'll inevitably hit the other purple spiky balls in the process? Oh, dear God. This is gonna be close. I want to try to do this in one cycle. I'm gonna have... We're gonna be cutting it real close here. We're cutting it close. Cutting it... Ah, damn it. Cutting it close. 10 rings to go. There we go. Few more hits. I'm not switching. I'm committing. One more hit should do it. There we go. Switch. 5 rings to go. 5 rings to go. Okay, 4 rings to go. Now give me Shadow.
Understood. A super dimensional.
Is the game's logic that the 3 of them are in different times? Maybe. But that doesn't make any sense because there's an infinite number of times. Like, there isn't just one past, present, and future. Well, I mean, yes, there's only one present, but there's infinite past and infinite futures. So this doesn't even... You can't... I don't get it. I do not get it. Man, it is so much faster to attack as all the other characters than Silver. Charge it up. Going in for the kill. There we go. Yeah, Phase 1 is super easy. Phase 2... Well, Phase 1 is easy as anything that isn't Silver. Phase 2 is where it might get a little harder. But at least you'll get some awesome music for Phase 2. As long as Phase 1 music sucks, I don't even listen to it. I just tune it out. I only really like Phase 2 of Solaris' theme. And for those who don't know, it's the same music I use for the start of the stream. For the start of all my 06 streams, actually. Beat him up. There we go. One more hit should do the trick. And... Alright, we did it. Nice and easy. Phase 2, they just made with so much attacks. It's not even that. It's the fact that you can only deal damage to him when he's attacking, which makes it really hard.
It's not over yet.
That was quick. Oh, we're not done, Anonymous. We still have another phase to go.
I guess it's not gonna be that easy.
Okay, here we go. Is that how it works? Yeah. The they say in the beginning of the section that you have to, or maybe not at the beginning. It might only tell you after you die once. But yeah, you have to wait for then, because that's when he opens up his arms and like extends his. Like I missed right there, because you have to actually hit the ball. You have to hit the red ball. You can't. You have to be very accurate with your thing to hit him. But if I try to attack him now, I wouldn't do anything. You have to wait until he opens his arms to expose his core, and then, or I'm gonna bump into one of the asteroids. Okay, I'm just gonna try with Shadow. Come on. Yeah, see, like I attack him there and nothing happens. You have to wait until he opens it up. Open up. There. Attack quickly. Okay, I got him just under the wire. This is probably going to take a few minutes. Especially because trying to attack with Silver is just utterly useless. You got to try to anticipate when he's going to open up to attack him. You have to try to look, because he typically, the way you can tell is that if you just rotate around him, he'll follow you. Like he'll turn slightly to follow you like this. The second he stops turning, the second that he's, like right there, that's how you know he's going to attack. The second that he stops turning is when you know he's about to attack you. That's how you can tell when's your chance to attack. I gotta switch. Here we go. The worst part of this battle, we have to use Silver. I just use Silver to recharge the rings of the other characters. You can't, trying to deal damage with him here is just nothing. It's a terrible idea. Because the balls will always bump into other balls. Time to defeat another god. What is Persona? Believe it or not, I actually, when I got to that part of Persona 5, I immediately thought of this from 06. In fact, I might have even said that he looks like Solaris when I was playing it. I'm not sure if I did, but that seemed like something I would have said. Okay, he's about half health. Come on, charge up faster, faster, faster. There, okay, we got him. Just under the wire. You can only attack. And then there's this. Yeah, I should have done that. When he does this, you just can't hit him. At least not with Sonic, you can't. Maybe with Shadow. And with Silver, if you get the chance. But trying to attack a Silver is just not next to impossible. I'm not gonna risk it. We gotta switch to Shadow. Can't risk it. Play it safe. Get the hits coming. Get another attack up. Ah, damn it, it's too late. Too late. Too late. Go now. Keep going. Is that gonna hit? Okay. I think if you start attacking while he's attacking, it'll let the hit count, which is nice as well. Otherwise, it'll just hit the blue shield. But whenever he opens up his arms like that, you can still hit him. But the problem is that because the balls hit the other balls, you can't hit him as Silver. Or if you do, you get immensely lucky. I think I actually beat him with Silver in my walkthrough. But it was due to pure luck, and I've never done it again since then. Or maybe not, at least I delivered the finishing set of blows with Silver. Alright, we'll go a little longer just so I can let everyone recharge, and then we'll go. Alright, that better be good enough. It's a decent amount of rings. Keep spinning. Keep spinning. Keep spinning. Okay. This is a useless attack. I can't do anything here. Stop with the laser beams. Okay, go, go, go. There's a hit. I think probably one or two more hits will finish him off. Charge faster, faster, faster. Damn it, stupid ball. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. Switch. Shadow, get your hits in there. If you can. Is that gonna do it? No, it's not. Okay. I hate this laser attack. Please do something. Is that gonna hit him? I guess I didn't get him. Alright. I like how he says it as soon as I switch to Silver. Let's see if I can try to get him a silver. Oh. Actually, they made contact with him, but they didn't actually deal any damage to him. All right, that's fine. Jesus. Okay, just get off silver. Finish the job, Sonic. Oh, move faster. Charge it up. I got 15 rings. One more shot will do it in. Go now. There it is. That is Sonic 06. Finished. There we go. We did it. Okay. And now, we get to watch this game's great ending. And easy S rank. Yeah, you can almost entirely get the S rank off just the time bonus alone. I got 29,000 points for that.
That was incredible.
For just the S rank. Or sorry, for just the time bonus. Oh. Yo, I want you to suffer? No, I want us all to enjoy this wonderful ending together. As a community. Best ending in gaming history, actually. It's my favorite. I love it. It's great. Let's watch it. High five! We did nothing! We did literally nothing. Trials and Tribulations, Spirit of Justice, Grace Attorney 2, Halo 3, Halo Infinite. Nah. Nothing. They got nothing on this top tier ending with masterful writing. And now we're in the blue void, I guess.
Did you destroy it?
No. That is the true Solaris.
Makes you wonder what the fuck was the point of that entire battle when it wasn't even the true Solaris all along. It was just this little flame in a capsule.
When the flame has grown large enough, our world will change. Solaris will allow us to control time and move through history. People will be able to rectify past mistakes and avoid bitter fate.
Will we be able to see Mama?
Yes, Elise.
Oh god, it's worse than that. Not only did she find out her father died, she found out her last living parent died. She was now parentless. And that apparently wasn't enough for her to cry. Fucking hell. Oh my god. Oh, this game. No parents left and no tears, I guess. Where even are they right now? How do they get here from the void?
Who knew such a tiny flame could bring such devastation? If we put out this flame, Solaris will never exist. And then we'll never have to worry about the flames of disaster, right?
You'll also create a time paradox, you daft idiot.
Encounter. You and I will never meet.
Oh no, the world will be destroyed, but it's okay as long as we can still meet. I don't want to destroy the world if it means we never meet.
To tell the truth, I don't care what happens to the world.
Why do I care about you then? Why are you the arbiter of this flame?
Just smile.
Just run for your problems, kids. If you have time to worry, then run, right? Right? And thus, the entire game was made pointless because that erased everything from continuity. Because if the flame never happened, then they wouldn't have anything to celebrate right now. They never would have had a reason to meet in the first place, and therefore never would have been able to blow out the flames to cause this from ever happening. Fuck was the point? And possibly more importantly, how exactly does Sonic still know who Elise is, and how does Elise know who Sonic is if they blew out the flame?
Miss Elise? It felt like someone was calling me.
And of course, not even mentioning what exactly happened to Silver.
Just the wind.
Is his timeline fixed? Is he even alive? Is he a thing? Where's Blaze? Is she still in the dimension?
Somehow.
Does anyone have any fucking idea what happened with all those characters? And then I guess everyone lives happily ever after or something, I don't know.
I remember memories from a long, long time ago.
Well, that was Sonic 06, everyone. For all of its faults, I still thoroughly enjoy playing it every single time, but it is not without its sections of frustration. Good gameplay, forgettable story. I would push it further than just forgettable story.
Take hold of the destiny.
I'd say broken story. What's the song's name? It's called My Destiny.
Or are you gonna leave for me? No matter what it takes for me, I'll find you.
I also like how
Just to be
it's unretconned afterwards, because the game retcons itself by the end by erasing it from existence or something, and then in Generations it actually unretcons itself because Crisis City comes back in Generations as a level, despite the fact that that future shouldn't have ever happened if they erased the timeline from continuity. And Secret Rings came out. Well, it's been fun. It has been very fun playing this game again. Like I said, for those who don't know, this was the game I played back in October when I was making my Toy Story 4 videos. Every day after I finished making the Let's Play videos for the day, and after I finished editing Toy Story 4 for probably 8 hours a day, I think. After I was done for the day, this is what I would play. And it was fun. Always have a good time playing this game. Even when it's questionable at best at times. And it was fun revisiting it all with all of you in chat. I enjoyed talking with all of you about numerous topics. I've now been exposed to the Fandom as a result of this little Sonic arc that I'm going on. And it's been great. I do need to be on my way here pretty soon, so I'll close out the stream with the credits. I'll let things run. I'll let it run until we reach the end of his world again. And then once the credits wrap, I will call off the stream, and we'll call it a day. So, I will be back tomorrow at 11 with Neil. We're gonna be, for those who are just tuning into the stream now, I will be back with Neil tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're gonna check out the new Halo MCC firefight mode called Flood Fight. We're gonna see how it is, and check out what's all the changes and see how if it's fun or not. I don't know how long we'll go for. Probably a few hours. It'll probably be shorter than this stream, although maybe not by much. It'll probably be the same length, maybe a little shorter. I don't know. We'll just go until we stop having fun, I guess. We might mix it up, might do some other game types as well tomorrow. Well, I don't know. We'll play it by ear. See how it goes. But yeah, that's the remaining plans for the weekend. We're back on Monday with Amori and Donkey Kong Country Returns and Sonic Adventure 2. Sorry, God, no, Sonic Adventure 2. No, God, no, not that. Sonic Heroes. That's just been burned into my brain after suffering through that game. That game felt like it lasted way longer than it actually did. Despite the fact that it was only 9 episodes. It felt like it took way longer than the first Sonic Adventure to do. If you rewatch my previous LPs from time to time, but Sonic Adventure 2 is one you'll never rewatch, I don't blame you. It's a miserable time. Both to watch and to play. Any chance I'll turn Heroes into a stream game for the other teams? Possibly. I'm unsure. I may or may not. We'll have to wait and see. Can't wait for the next episode of Sonic Adventure 2 where I try to A-rank all missions. That's never gonna happen. I was willing to S-rank everything in this game, because I wanted the personal achievement of doing so. Never gonna A-rank everything in Adventure 2. You'll never, ever get me to do that. Saw some people asking if I would 100% it. No, just never, ever. That game's was uninstalled ceremoniously twice, and it will never be reinstalled for any reason ever. I might revisit Adventure 1 one day. I will never revisit Adventure 2. That's a wrap on My Destiny. Now it's time for one last iteration of His World. And once this ends, I will close out the stream. So we got a few more minutes of time to hang out and chat, and then I must be on my way. But it was fun, as always. It's fun hanging out, talking with all of you, while playing a game that I actually enjoy, rather than playing a game that actively makes me miserable at every opportunity. So, hopefully you all had a good time. Hopefully you enjoyed watching this, because I enjoyed playing it. Hopefully you enjoyed chatting with me. Hopefully you enjoyed chatting with others. But that is going to be where we call things off for today. Why did I play His World 4 times when there's 3 different versions of the song? I have no idea. But that is going to be it for today. So, as the credits wrap up here, as we pass through the musical stylings of everyone, sweet, 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 His World, followed up by All Hail Shadow, Crush 40, of course, Dreams of an Absolution, my favorite song in the game, and for the grand finale, My Destiny. As we wrap up here. I'll call things off, and I will see you all tomorrow for another stream. This is the fun stream. Thanks. Hope you enjoyed. It's been fun as always. You'll probably visit your nephew's birthday tomorrow. You probably can't join. Alright. Thanks for tuning in. Hopefully you all enjoyed. I had a fun day with all of you. And I hope to catch you all soon for either tomorrow's stream or whatever you choose to watch next. Have a good day, everybody. And I'll see you soon.